senators that clerked on the Supreme Court. So I asked them their opinion. They all have the greatest admiration for Pam. Again, I think she's going to. America doesn't have confidence right now in our judiciary systems, and she's going to help restore that confidence.
Both Dakota governors are up for cabinet spots. Doug Burgum, Interior Secretary, he has a hearing that starts today. Tomorrow, Kristi Noem, South Dakota's governor, to be the Secretary of Homeland Security. How do you feel about those two?
You know, I know Kristi very well from our House days, and she is going to just knock it out of the park. She's tough as nails, and she's so committed to the job. She's just going to do a great job. She was the first governor, as I recall, to help send troops as well as supplies down to help the Texas governor secure that border as well. So she's all in. She's going to do a great job. And then the other governor, I don't know as well. He's going to be the Interior Secretary.
Right. So
certainly he comes with a good background there. From North Dakota, I think that they have a lot of national parks as well. So he gets that as well. He'll do a great job.
Okay, you are on the Finance Committee, and so on Thursday, you will be there when Scott Bessent comes in. He's the Treasury Secretary nominee. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I'm so excited about Mr. Bessent. I did get to sit down with him, and first of all, he's very charming. He's got that South Carolina charm, and I was expecting him to be a kind of a wealthy Wall Street, maybe nose up in the air a little bit, but he's so down to earth. He certainly understands how rules and regulations impact everybody, but especially the small banks. We had a great discussion about quantitative easing and quantitative tightening. I'm not going to bore your listeners, but
I don't know if most people know what that means, but yeah.
Yeah, but they've been used by the Fed to manipulate the markets and falsely elevate what's really going on in the economy. What the Biden administration has done with the short-term bonds lately, I think is near criminal as well. So I think that you don't want me running the nation's finances, but he is a great person to do that, and I'm really, really excited about him.
Your committee will at some point also question Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He would be the Health and Human Services Secretary if confirmed, but he's one of those Trump nominees who's gotten a lot of scrutiny, especially with some of his statements. People think he's anti-vax. He certainly has made some statements that make people believe that. What's your feeling about him?
I'm so excited about RFK Jr. And we've got to know each other very well this past month, working really hard on Make America Healthy Again and what does that look like legislatively. You know what's going to really drive Bobby's nomination is people out there, your listeners. He has an army of people that support him. Look, he and I don't agree on everything. You know, I'm an obstetrician. My partner and I would sit down, and we didn't always agree on the right treatment plan, but we always shared the same goal. You know, we always wanted a healthy baby, a healthy mom. So Bobby Kennedy Jr. and I both have the same goals, and we agree on a lot on how to get there. And I think he's this person outside of the box that can change with the direction that this country is going when it comes to health. One last point on the healthcare issue of this. 70% of your health outcomes are determined by you. 70%. It's what you eat and it's your environment. By the time you came to my office, I could impact maybe 10 or 20% of your outcomes, 10% from your genetics, but 70% of your health right now, you determine it by what you eat and your environment. So we're going to focus on that. You want me to say Medicare and Medicaid? I need America to get healthy again.
All right. Now, Republicans typically don't like a lot of government intervention and regulation. Would he need regulations to change some of the things you're talking about for our health?
You know, I think there is an opportunity, though, is to get things right. Absolutely. When I think about a plan, a prescription for Make America Healthy Again, I want to empower local peoples, local communities to solve their problem the same way. But there's no reason that we let things like some of these red dyes, yellow dyes in our food system that they were approved over 50 years ago, and we haven't looked at them since then. So I think the focus can be directed at, look, NIH, CDC, we need you to study these and tell us what's right and wrong. Let's figure out what good nutrition isn't. We're not going to mandate anything. I'm telling you that right now. There's going to be no mandates, but America needs to realize that ultra-processed food is killing America right now, and we need to go in a different direction.
All right. Now, with you being on finance and also budget, there's been a lot of focus on this quasi-agency, the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. How do you feel they're doing, and what do you think they're going to accomplish?
Yeah, so I am part of the Doge Caucus. I've met with them several times. Every nominee that comes through, we're giving them a list of things in their agency of opportunities to make that area of government more efficient. And maybe there's complete waste out there as well. Why are we sending money to the World Health Organization? Why are we spending $500 billion researching bio research and helping China develop weapons against us as well? So I think there's huge opportunities out there. I think the job of Doge is to take the politics out of it and help us to prioritize and organize what we should be going after, if that makes sense. You know, no matter which programs we go after, there's folks back home that are benefiting from those. So they're going to take the politics out of it and say, here's where the opportunity is. And then it'll be up to Congress and the president to implement those plans.
How difficult do you think Democrats will be in this process for these Trump nominees?
They're going to be loud, but don't mistake volume for really convinced. And you're going to see the legacy media out there just trying to personally attack these people as well. Remember, President Trump, 77 million Americans elected him to secure the border and bring prosperity back to America. So stay focused on the big picture. We need President Trump's nominees to get in there so they can get to work and deliver the promises that we made to Americans across the country.
He's back in office in just 6 days, and the hearings begin for his nominees. Senator Roger Marshall, Republican from Kansas. Great to have you back on the show. Thank you so much.
You bet, Dave. Great to be with you. Thanks so much.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
For January only, Kia of CherryHill.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available to choose from. Kia of CherryHill.com is offering ultra-low lease payments for the month of January. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through KMF on approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS IRS, they tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. The wildfires in Southern California continue to burn. There's a warning to Los Angeles residents from the L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna.
We still have an active curfew that is in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you do not have any legitimate business in these areas, stay out.
Luna also reminding anyone thinking of looting or committing other crimes in the fire zones that they will be caught. There are many people that are still unaccounted for since the wildfires began a week ago. Inauguration Day coming fast. It'll happen next Monday, January 20th. President-elect Trump set to be sworn into office. And those responsible for securing the presidential inauguration say they're ready for the event. President-elect Trump's Department of Defense nominee set for a confirmation hearing in front of senators. Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill with a preview.
Ahead of Pete Hegseth's hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee, Congressman and former Navy SEAL Derek Van Orden of Wisconsin joined other combat veterans to rally in support of President-elect Trump's Defense Secretary nominee.
You've got more support than you could possibly imagine, and it's from the people who have borne the brunt of 2 decades of sustained combat.
Van Orden tells Fox News Radio Hegseth is fit to reform the DOD. Hegseth, though, will face tough questions from senators about his qualifications and allegations of sexual misconduct and excessive drinking. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And the war in the Middle East continues to rage on. The latest from central Israel, hit by a missile fired by Yemen's Houthi rebels. Is happening on Tuesday, and the attack setting off sirens, causing people to run into bomb shelters. Meantime, several Israeli strikes hit inside the Gaza Strip overnight and early into Tuesday. All of this coming as Israel and Hamas are reportedly getting closer to a ceasefire agreement. That ceasefire agreement is set to be carried out in stages. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown on this Tuesday morning.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I zipped him too quickly, and he says, I want my damn flag. Ray in Warminster.
You Christmas story Santa Claus me. I'm hurt.
If you can come to the inauguration party that we're having at the Newtown Athletic Club next Monday, we will do the handoff there.
I'm going to do my very best, and I appreciate you guys very much.
You
Thanks,
got
Ray.
it. All right. Can I hang up on him? I don't want to. All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hitting the drop button. There we go. There he is.
Thanks,
Ray
Ray.
in Warminster, joining us here again.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street to start the new trading week Monday. The Dow picked up 359 and the S&P 500 was up 9, but the Nasdaq lost 74. We're going to get a lot of major banking earnings reports this week, including Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Goldman Sachs on Wednesday, Bank of America and Morgan Stanley Thursday, and Citizens Financial Group Friday. Want to use the bathroom at Starbucks? Well, you're going to have to buy something. The company unveiling a new code of conduct across North America, reversing policies in place since 2018. And Amazon is ending its Try Before You Buy program, which allowed its Prime members to try on select clothing items, shoes, and accessories at home before completing the purchase. The reason for the ending of the program? Its limited reach and the growing use of improved AI-fueled sizing recommendations. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Biden went over to the State Department Monday to give a farewell foreign policy speech. He'll give a broad goodbye address to the nation from the Oval Office Wednesday night. But Monday, he said of his foreign policy that our sources of national power are far stronger today than when he took office, that the U.S. economy is booming, that we are the envy of the world when it comes to things like quantum computing and AI.
In these 4 years, we faced crises that we've been tested. We've come through those tests stronger, in my view, than we entered those tests.
He pointed to a weakened Russia and Iran, saying in Russia's case, the ruble is under pressure. Sanctions have hurt the country as they close in on 3 years of war in Ukraine.
Now, I cannot claim credit for every factor that led to Iran and Russia growing weaker in the past 4 years. They did plenty of damage all by themselves. But Israel did plenty of damage to Iran and its proxies. But there's no question our actions contributed significantly.
In Iran, he noted that counterattacks on the country have resulted in damaged air defenses. Hezbollah is wounded, and their economy is in desperate straits. The most sensitive topic, though, may have been Afghanistan, as one of the biggest criticisms of his foreign policy is the way we withdrew. But President Biden said he was the first president in years to not hand off a war in Afghanistan to the next president.
There is nothing, I can tell you from my conversations with both Xi and Putin, nothing our adversaries and competitors like Russia and China would have liked more than seeing us to continue to be tied down in Afghanistan for another decade.
So he said ending the war was the right thing to do and that history will reflect that.
The overall tone was defiant. Clearly, President Biden has heard the criticism of his administration's 4 years in power.
Victoria Coates was a deputy national security advisor to President-elect Trump in his first term and now works on national security and foreign policy at the Heritage Foundation.
Each of which has seen sort of a disastrous setback for American foreign policy, from the fall of Afghanistan to the invasion of Ukraine to the terrorist attacks on Israel on October 7th of 2023, and most recently the fall of Assad, which came completely unforeseen by U.S. intelligence and by the administration. It came as a complete shock to them. So I think he's heard those criticisms. He wants to recast all of those events, all of which he mentioned in the speech as great successes for the American people, but it is just delusional. I think there's no self-awareness whatsoever. And there's not even, apparently, the awareness that the American people resoundingly voted them out on this record. So it's a very strange speech. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised that he's trying to recast history on his way out the door. But the fact of the matter is he's on his way out the door.
But let's go through some of it, right? Because he said, I was the first president in decades to not, have a war going on in Afghanistan at some point during my administration. That is true. He said it was time to bring home the troops. He thinks it was the right thing to do, that history will reflect that. You and I both know are plenty of people who strongly disagree with how that was done, even if President-elect Trump agreed that it was time to bring the troops home. The how is what mattered here.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, maybe the strongest danger here is letting your national security policy be poll-driven. I mean, the American people wanted to end the war in Afghanistan. The polling was unambiguous. 80% of Americans wanted it to end. And instead of then doing it judiciously, which is what President Trump had been attempting to do at the end of his administration, based on the same message received from the American people. But he was insisting on things like bring all of the equipment home. He never would have agreed to the surrender of Bagram. He understands the purpose of these massive air bases that we have. Al-Assad in Iraq, for example. I visited Al-Assad with President Trump in December of 2018 when he went over on that Christmas visit. He understood it instinctively. And so none of that would have happened. And instead, I think you had Joe Biden, who felt he had lost the argument about the Obama-era Afghanistan surge, which he had opposed, and came into office determined he was going to win that argument this time around, regardless of the consequences.
Downstream from there, we have Iran and Russia, right? And the conclusion at this point, as President-elect Trump takes office, is that they are weaker now. Iran and Russia are in weakened positions, and President Biden said that they are in much weaker positions now, that he couldn't take credit for all of why they were weaker, but that his administration contributed to their weakening. And that the U.S. is in a much stronger position now because of that. Is that true? Did the Biden administration contribute, even if he can't take credit for all of their weakening, as he put it, to some of their weakening?
Absolutely not. And it's a bizarre statement to make. Let's take Iran, for example. And when the Biden team came into office, Iran was down somewhere around $5 billion in accessible foreign hard currency reserves. They're now over $70 billion. Why? Because the Biden administration stopped enforcing the sanctions on their oil sales. And so they have been selling around 1.7 million barrels a day of oil to China, of all places. And that has filled their coffers right back up. That was the money that they sent to Hezbollah and Hamas that was used for the terrorist attacks on October 7th and subsequently. And they have also made dramatic progress towards a nuclear weapon. They've gone from to thousands of centrifuges spinning, much higher levels of enrichment. Some people think close to the 80% that's ideal for weapons production, but certainly over the 60% level that is necessary for weapons production. So the idea, and certainly there are problems in Iran. Their economy is still damaged. Their people hate the repressive regime that the Biden administration has left in place and even tried to negotiate with. That's all certainly true, but that's despite the Biden administration, not because of it.
Is he correct in saying, though, that these four countries, these four adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran, that them growing closer is actually a sign of their weakness? For, regardless of whatever administration we have in power, watching them grow closer, is that a desperation move?
It's certainly an interesting phenomenon, and it is very different from what the Trump administration experienced the first time around. If you look at the 2017 national security strategy, we treat Russia and China as separate problem sets. They're increasingly not separate problem sets. And you can look at the public agreements that China made with Iran in March of 2021, in the weeks after the Biden administration came in, the partnership without limits announced by Russia and China around the 2022 Beijing Olympics. These are formal agreements now, and they are acting publicly. There are North Korean troops in Russia. You have Iranian drones flying over Ukraine. You have Russian equipment being found in Hezbollah tunnels because they are collaborating increasingly brazenly. Now, some of that is because of their international isolation as pariah nations. That's true. But certainly that is going to create more problems, not less problems, for the United States.
He said that he was economically tough on China, right? He was highlighting some of the tariffs. Do you think that this President Biden, would have imposed tariffs on his own if President-elect Trump hadn't implemented them in the first place?
Oh, no. And I would say that's probably their least objectionable policy has been continued economic pressure on China. But he mentioned something else with China, which is how they've been reaching out on climate change and, trying to get to some sort of a deal. Now, the problem that they faced is, as he also said in the speech, climate change is, in his opinion, the single greatest existential threat to humanity. And if you believe that to be true, then you have to get a deal with China, because China is the world's leading polluter. And if you don't get a deal with China, it doesn't matter what the rest of the world does. And so I think they have never been able to be truly tough on China because they've wanted to get to that kind of a deal. I think it's why they permitted things like, for example, the spy balloon to fly over the United States for days, collecting all sorts of data and sending it back to China, because they we're still hoping that there might be some grand climate deal with China. So probably the best thing they did, but not enough.
Briefly, before I let you go, did President Biden strengthen our relationship with NATO? We know President Trump sort of was gleeful in making them, and goading them and saying, you guys need to pay more. I'm not going to help you if you don't. And he still talks that way to our allies. But President Biden, when he came into office, he said he was going to sort of reverse course on that and be much more friendly. Did it work? Is NATO stronger because of that attitude?
Well, I think if we're going to credit somebody with strengthening NATO, I think we have to give credit where credit is due, which is to Vladimir Putin, who initiated the first land war in Europe in 75 years and, causing NATO to remember the reason it exists. Now, as you said, President Trump was extremely strong in demanding NATO members start to satisfy Article 3 of the NATO Charter, which is that everyone will contribute sufficiently to the collective defense. That had not been the case. The only reason that President Biden can claim success in this department is because of what President Trump initiated. And we had the Secretary General of NATO, the outgoing one, Jens Stoltenberg, here last year at Heritage talking about this. And he told me, both publicly and privately, that Donald Trump had done more to strengthen NATO than any other American president. This is true. And I think the Biden team, though, could have gone much, much further. They balked at making the floor for defense contributions 3% of GDP. No, we can only just ask for 2. We can't ask for more. Well, the United States is well over 3. Our Baltic allies, I'm just back from a trip to the region, are all over 3, going to 4. Why? Because they're on the front lines. They think Putin will be at the door in 2 years if he's not stopped. So, that is obviously a much stronger case. I think the addition of Sweden and Finland was also strong. There's a reason there was broad bipartisan support for that in the Senate when those treaties were passed, or rather the NATO treaty was amended. That's simply a good thing, but that was caused by Putin's aggression, not by anything Joe Biden did.
Former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump and now at the Heritage Foundation, Victoria Coates, thank you so much for your time.
Of course.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. As someone who's dedicated my life to protecting people, I know the importance of guarding what matters most. Right now, with global instability and the dollar's declining value, that means securing your financial assets with gold. For me, I trust Advantage Gold with my own investments. Give them a call at 800-900-8000 for a 100% free gold guide. Again, call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Damon John here, the People's Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high-interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait. Apply today.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Counsel Jack Smith's report on the Trump election interference case. Smith says he believes his team had enough evidence to obtain a conviction had they not been forced to drop the case following his re-election in November. President-elect Trump responded on Truth Social saying, "Why would deranged Jack Smith be allowed to issue a report on a complete and total witch hunt against me?" Well, this comes as special counsel David Weiss criticized President Biden for maligning the Justice Department, as he put it, when he pardoned his son Hunter.
Weiss making a strong defense of his office. He says the criminal charges against President Biden's son were the culmination of thorough, impartial investigations, not partisan politics. Weiss referring to the statement Biden made when he issued the pardon, saying he believed his son had been treated differently because of his last name. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Rams defense came to play in Arizona. The Los Angeles Rams dominated the Minnesota Vikings Monday night in the wild card round, beating Minnesota 27-9 and advancing to face the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. In the first half, Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold was sacked 6 times, and the Rams defense forced 2 turnovers, including a 57-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown by Jared Verse. Monday night's matchup was played at the home of the Arizona Cardinals, after the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles forced the NFL to move the game from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I think Marcus Freeman and Riley Leonard and this team have done something that's almost impossible. They've made Notre Dame likable for the entire country. They are one of the, if not the most divisive program in college football. You either love Notre Dame or you hate them, but you watch, kind of the Dallas Cowboy effect of college football. But this is a group, I watch them and I see Marcus Freeman in interviews, and when he's asked what it means to be the first black coach to get to the championship game, and his answer was terrific about, I just want good people to have an opportunity to lead young men, is what I want to see because of all of this. I love Marcus Freeman. This team is fun to watch. Seems like a great group, Trey. And they've made Notre Dame likable. I didn't know that could happen.
It's almost like that scene in Rocky IV, in the 10th round when the crowd starts turning on Drago and they start cheering for Rocky.
If I can change and you can change, everybody can change.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Insurance losses keep rising as the California wildfires keep burning. The new estimate from Wells Fargo analysts significantly exceeds last week's highest predictions from J.P. Morgan Chase of $20 billion. Now it's estimated it'll be closer to $30 billion. Allstate, Chubb, AIG, and Travelers are the insurers most exposed. Edison International, the parent of Southern California Edison, saw its stock tank after news that it's being investigated for its potential link to the Los Angeles wildfires. The utility says the focus is whether its equipment was involved in the ignition of one of the places. There's still hope a deal to buy U.S. Steel can get done. After the Biden administration nixed a deal for Japan's Nippon Steel to buy U.S. Steel, Cleveland-Cliffs has tossed its hat into the ring along with partner Nucor to buy the company. U.S. Steel shares on Monday were up 6%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service. And they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Now, that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of 4 saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There is a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high-interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait. Apply today.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is how you jump aboard on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Oh, we are absolutely loaded today. Dawn Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Woo! Whole lot chillier this morning.
Yeah, does the weather want to make up its mind? 44, 19, 26.
Hike.
Omaha. Gregory.
The Chargers, really?
The Rams.
Sorry, yeah.
Well,
I guess those two
irrelevant LA franchises.
Low energy franchises.
Yeah, the Rams. Come on down to Philadelphia Sunday at 3:30.
Yep.
All right. Kind of slightly concerned about them.
You are?
A little bit. They got some skins on the wall. Now, they won the Super Bowl, 4 years ago?
Whatever.
I gotta ask you on a Monday night when there's a big game that determines who the Eagles are going to play.
The Eagles!
You know you love some football, but there's also Raw on Netflix. Do you switch back and forth? What goes on in the Kayal household?
I got to tell you, I watched just the football.
Wow.
Didn't even flip on Netflix. Yeah. Had to be a big boy last night. Wear my big boy pants.
Yeah.
Focus on the real athletic competition. Not that fake scripted stuff.
And then your wife is in the other room.
And then my wife's like, can we put on the Investigative Discovery Channel? I'm like, no, this is why we have 4 TVs. I'm on this one.
So we don't have to watch TV together.
That's correct. Now if I can just come up with 4 beds in the house, I'll be a real happy man.
No, that's what it is. Couples who don't watch TV together stay together.
That's
You're
right.
100%.
That is right.
That is correct.
There's only so much trailer park trash television I can watch with my wife before I blow my head off.
By the way, while we're taking care of some family biz here this morning, I got word yesterday from the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club, that there will be food. There will be food. I knew there would be, but I didn't want to, you know what I mean? Like,
didn't want to promise.
Yeah, I didn't want to promise anything.
Right.
So, coffee and, all kinds of stuff that will be there. So make sure you're there bright and early. Remember, a little birdie told me that we start at 6 a.m. So make sure you're there bright and early.
That's right.
Even if the weather sucks, come out.
Yep. Come out early. Get in line. I don't know. Pitch a tent, tailgate.
We'll have 4 75-inch TVs, so it'll be just like you're watching it at a bar.
That's right.
With a bunch of people that you like and are like-minded, and we'll do this thing on Monday. I'm excited.
Do we know what time the actual?
It's noonish. You know what I mean? So
But
it'll probably, the festivities will probably, the swearing in will probably start in the 12 hour.
Right.
But there's a lot to see.
There is, yeah.
All more.
So we'll be taking it live.
Okay.
Starting, I'm sure, in Dawn's show, and then into Dom. And then we'll take the entire, the entire swearing in and speech and everything live. So it should probably be over by 1-ish. You know what I mean? That's what I'm guessing. And then your reaction live and in living color right there at the Newtown Athletic Club there in Newtown, PA. Pheasant Road, I think it is.
Pheasant.
Down there, Pheasant Road.
Okay.
So make sure you come out. Come out. Show your support.
And have a good time.
Yep.
There you go. All right, we have a lot to get into today. A big take on the Hollywood blame game that continues in California. Also, stemming from the wildfires, we knew it would be just a matter of time before somebody said that this fire is actually racist.
Yeah.
Racist?
What outlet is the culprit? Stay tuned to find out for that. Also, the Philadelphia Inquirer saying that it's probably not a good look for John Fetterman to be cozying up to Donald Trump.
Oh, of course.
That's right.
That was the
Good night, everybody.
That was the Inquirer editorial board that said that,
is
right?
correct.
What does the Inquirer editorial board consist of these days? How many people? Unbelievable.
And what is their mindset? What is their ideological beliefs? Well, you can probably assume. We'll get to that this hour. Also, Carrie Underwood. Oh, no. Is her career in jeopardy? She'll be performing at Trump's inauguration. It's not just Kid Rock and the Village People. It's who I would presume, and I could be wrong, maybe the second biggest musical act today behind Taylor Swift. We'll talk about that. Rachel Maddow in the news. Will Cain in the news. And Dave Chappelle is set to host SNL this weekend. How many buttons will he push? Will he get political? And also, I found a story yesterday. Who in Congress cashed in the most on the stock market in this past calendar year? We'll go through the list.
Love this.
Yes, we are going to go through the list and identify plenty of people that just seem to never get it wrong.
Yeah.
Why would you even cover that?
Because we have to. We
Good
have
for
to,
you.
Nance. We have to.
That was good.
Where did she make the list at? We'll find out.
The vampire.
That's right. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company. News Live this morning. We are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Ooh, it's cold outside. 28 degrees outside right now. And this morning, driving in, I realized we were 20 degrees colder early this morning than we were for the high yesterday. So bundle up, brace for this one because we're back into the deep freeze. In Philadelphia, we have so much news this morning. Want to get to the police investigation. This surrounds a 5-year-old little boy who right now is fighting for his life. He's fighting for his life in the hospital, suffering from severe head trauma, hospitalized in extremely critical condition after this horrible car crash in which he was in the car with his mom. She, the mom, allegedly crashed into 3 other vehicles. So this, according to Philadelphia police, they say the speed appears to be a major factor in this crash. So it looks like the 3 cars were actually stopped at a traffic light when this crash happened. In other words, the striking vehicle with the 5-year-old little boy in it struck these other 3 cars when they were stopped at a light.
Jeez, she plowed right into him from behind?
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, boy.
And so in this one, it was, by the way, it was last night. Well, I know the accident scene went on well into late into the night, but it happened around 7:30 at night on Aramango Ave and James Street. So this in the city's Frankfurt section. So they're still investigating this one, asking if there are any other witnesses who could call into police. But we don't know if the little 5-year-old boy was wearing his seatbelt. We do know that in one of the vehicles that was struck, there was a father with his 6-year-old little girl. She was in the back seat, but thank God the 6-year-old child, as well as her dad, they were not injured, all buckled up. But this one under investigation. We don't have any circumstances here as far as what led this mom to, allegedly.
Oh, I think I do. I think I do.
Well, what guess would you like, sir?
I will. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but 3 cars, you say, Dawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Top guess on the board. You're saying, what do you think? Distracted driving with the phone?
No.
No. DUI.
I mean,
Okay.
I would think that somebody who hit 3 cars like that may not be in their right state of mind. It's just a guess on my part. Just a guess.
Could be a different substance.
Yeah,
Could
sure.
be marijuana.
So you're betting on under the influence.
That's my guess.
It's like
my
Family Feud.
Educated guess. Survey says
Greg
is probably correct.
Yeah.
Eesh.
I'm going to go with the cell phone.
No. Not hitting 3 cars.
Yeah, that's true.
No, you don't.
At an intersection.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have that one going on. Also, on the New Jersey side, police investigating the death of this New Jersey woman whose body was found in a Pennsylvania in a dumpster. The body of 39-year-old Lucretia Sumba, she's of Elizabeth, Union County, was found on the 200 block of South 3rd Street. This is Coopersburg, Lehigh County, just before 6 p.m. It happened over the weekend, but we learned about it yesterday, and especially after the county coroner released some of the autopsy results saying that she died from sharp force injuries, and so now her death has been ruled a homicide.
Oh, did you say Coopersburg?
Yes.
Yeah, that's up my in-laws' way, right? It's kind of like a little side pocket town by Quakertown off of Route 309.
And so that's the question, Nick. She's a New Jersey resident.
Yeah.
So she's found all the way. Think about what you're saying. She's from South Jersey, and yet her body's found in a dumpster.
Yeah.
In Lehigh County.
Yeah, Coopersburg, nice little area.
So we have that one going on. This case being investigated by the Union County prosecutors, as well as working with the police there in Elizabeth on the New Jersey side of things. So they're all cooperating with one another across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, just trying to solve what is now a murder, a violent murder. So let's talk about what happened yesterday. This broke mid-morning during an 11:30 news conference. We learned the latest as far as what's going on with regard to that Market East $1 billion+ project, renovation project. The mayor of Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker, acknowledging Gulp. Gulp didn't see this one coming, surprised, now pivoting. So she stood with the ownership group of the Philadelphia 76ers, Comcast Spectacor, all the biggity bigs were there, you might say.
Sure.
And officially announcing their new plan for a new arena in South Philadelphia. So Sixers abandoning their plan for a venue in Center City, like I say, Market East. So this was a joint statement, joint news conference, if you will, from Comcast and Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, which owns the Sixers. So Comcast will have the naming rights to the arena. It's slated to open in 2031 with the potential, they say, to open earlier. Now, Chinatown groups and those business groups, advocacy groups, they were celebrating the cancellation of the Sixers arena deal that they said would have impacted them and the culture of Chinatown, traffic, etc. But as far as the new arena, that will also be the home of the Philadelphia Flyers and will host touring acts, special events. Comcast obviously owns the Flyers as well as the Wells Fargo Center, so both teams currently play there. So this is a partnership, they say, 50-50 partnership, a venture to invest in the revitalization of the city's Market East section. So they're still going to do something, they say, in a 50-50 way to renovate the city's Market East section, but the Sixers' proposed 76-place arena would have been built there. It won't be built there.
So if it's going to be built in South Philadelphia, are we of the belief that it's going to be in the same sports complex? Is it going to be in that,
in the sports complex?
In the concrete jungle?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're just doing a rebuild.
Yeah, which is
where they were.
Okay, so they're not tearing down the Wells Fargo Center.
I don't have that.
Okay.
I infer that, but like you said yesterday,
yeah,
that seems like a waste.
I mean, I think they should do with that area, with the Link, Citizens Bank Park, and Wells Fargo Center, they should make it, if you're all about trying to add shopping and dining and make it an entertainment district in addition to a sporting complex, they should take the blueprint. Look it up one day when you have a chance. Look up the Battery. It's where the Atlanta Braves stadium is. And it's this, like, there's these little sidewalks and there's these little restaurants and, different little clubs and bars. And it's, something that you can go to year round, even when the Braves baseball stadium is closed in the off season. So I would think you could do that. Although if you did that in South Philadelphia, you're probably going to minimize the available parking that you have, which is already a disaster. But if you're going to have something built for 2031 and you're going to tear down the Wells Fargo Center, you're going to reduce parking for the next 7 years. Because if you've got a construction project happening that doesn't get built in 1 year, that place is going to be unbearable if you're going to Citizens Bank Park this spring, for example, or 3 summers from now. It's going to be a disaster down there.
And so that's just it. They had talked about Atlanta was one of the examples.
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's the modern way you should do it now.
And so I think that was the inspiration for what you're talking about.
Yep.
So I know there's a lot of reaction from all sides of this. Yesterday, Dan Borowski said these are billionaires who played everybody and just got what they wanted at the end.
He's 100% correct.
So
he's 100% correct. We were the Sixers wanted what they wanted from Comcast, and we were all the pawns in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
There was never a shot that they were going to Chinatown. Not a shot.
And it's still going to be privately funded, correct?
That's yes.
Okay.
During this, I think what I think, to be very honest, is all we heard about in city council as they moved forward was, hey, we want $50 million. No, we want $100 million for the community impact. And I simply think that the money was being thrown around like Monopoly money. This is a safer bet, but they'll still donate and they did buy some buildings along Market East.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually think it's about the deal, and I think this was a better deal for everybody.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's my take on it. I don't necessarily think it's what they. I'm not saying it was their goal all along, but I think as it materialized, I was covering this and watching it, and I got to tell you, I was like, really, they're going for this?
Right.
The city council's like, we want another, $100 million here, $100 million. We want this, we want that. At some point, you say to yourself, wow, let's just throw in the kitchen sink. I mean, it seemed over the top.
Yeah. It's also going to create competition amongst the franchises now for fighting for, your entertainment dollar, because if the Sixers and Flyers are trotting out the new trendy shiny object in 2031, well, that's going to be 27 years removed since the Link opened. The Link's going to have to, modernize their amenities and their appeal. Same thing with Citizens Bank Park. Citizens Bank Park right now, I would say, is the gem of the city when it comes to the sports complexes. There's just something great about Citizens Bank Park that's kind of lacking with Lincoln Financial Field. Lincoln Financial Field's like a metal. I don't know. There's no charm to the Link. A lot of charm to Citizens Bank Park.
Well, we have that going on, which is nice.
Yep.
We'll learn more. The deal, though, is that the mayor said, she did say yesterday that, because they were saying, oh, we have the deal in place and we'll commit to the revitalization. the mayor made the statement during the news conference yesterday that they'll start over with negotiation. So we'll watch that for you, and there's a lot to follow up on here. I know we're going to get into this, but I will headline this for you that in the wee hours of this morning, we get the report from DOJ releasing the report of former special counsel Jack Smith on the investigation into Trump, saying in the statement in his report, Smith says his office fully stands behind the decision to charge President-elect Trump criminally, and saying that he would have been able to charge and prove that Trump committed, and I'm quoting here, election interference. So Department of Justice making public the volume 1 of Special Counsel Jack Smith's final report on True Social. I think Trump wrote something like, he's, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he's a lame brain loser or something to that effect.
So 4 years later, 3 days after his official resignation and 6 days before Trump returns to the White House, the report comes out and says, I could have proven it if given the opportunity.
Yes.
It's interesting how that report never came out until this process began, until Trump decided to run for re-election 2 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, Jack, you had all of 21 and 22, pal. What were you waiting on? Oh, that's right. You weren't appointed until 2022.
Smith said in his conclusion that the parties were determining whether any material in the, quote, superseding indictment was subject to presidential immunity. When it became clear that Trump had won the 2024 election, the department then determined the case must be dismissed before Trump takes office because of how it interprets the Constitution.
The best part of this story is the fact that almost 80 million people voted for Trump, and now you want to put out a report as if, like, it's really going to impact anything. Like, America has already spoken, right? You selected Trump. You really think people care, like, about what's in your report? Now, the far left people that think Trump shouldn't be in office will probably care about it, but yeah, this will be one of those things that people just gloss over.
Well, Trump caught it. So this was, I would assume that the Trump team, was given a heads up that this was coming out.
Oh, sure.
And so in this early morning post this morning on Truth Social, he called Smith desperate, deranged for releasing fake findings and in the middle of the night.
Who releases anything late at night of significance, right? We always talk about like the Friday news dump and things like that. The timing of when things come out kind of tell you, like, as a spoiler alert, as to what is actually substantive and what is not, right?
Yeah, and he resigned over the weekend.
Yeah.
So 4 business days essentially before the inauguration.
That's right. We had it in the big take yesterday.
And for today, you think about what happens today with Pete Hegseth and others. Confirmation hearings begin in the Senate.
Yep.
So we have that going on. And obviously the big story for us to celebrate this morning that we alluded to right when we started off, and that was that Philadelphia Eagles face the Rams. Tickets to see the Eagles play in the NFL divisional round go on sale this morning, 10 o'clock this morning. Tickets can only be purchased online at Ticketmaster.com. So officials saying there's a 4-ticket limit per household. All tickets will be available on a first-come, first-served basis.
Yeah, 6-point favorites. 6-point favorite.
Woo!
Final home game of the year, folks.
3 p.m. this Sunday the 19th. Eagles face the L.A. Rams. And the winner of the game, obviously, will move on to the NFC Championship game.
Which means we will go to Detroit and lay a beat down in the Motor City. Calling it now.
I hope you're right.
Yep.
We are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union. Earn up to 4% cash back with an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard on essential items such as groceries, gas, pharmacies, and home improvement stores. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, not a member. Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:22. Let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. It is the Hollywood blame game because the process never changes. It usually begins with a tragedy or a natural disaster. Thoughts and prayers, that's the first line of rhetoric, and then it becomes political. Things get divisive. backstabbing occurs, and then the outlandish and the outrageous takes place. And that's where we are with the current devastation of the wildfires in Los Angeles, California. Things have gone from bad to worse for Democrats in the last handful of months, from losing the election to losing their audience on television. Democrats in the mainstream media in constant free fall, and they continue to stay dug in. But Hollywood has been firing back at these failed policies, and now even the owner of the LA Times is ripping his city's elected officials. Here is Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong saying that he regrets his political endorsement of Mayor Karen Bass. Listen and watch.
First of all, we'll accept some blame, right? So at the LA Times, we endorse Karen Bass. I think right now in front, that's a mistake, and we admit that. So I thought it was very important early on for me to come out. And I think we were one of the few to say competence matters. We got like maybe 20, 23 million views to show how that was really dear to the heart of most people, whether you're right or left. And it's an interesting thing is that maybe we should think about how we elect people on the basis of, did they actually run a job? Did they actually make a payroll? Do they understand what it is? And rather than having professional politicians whose only job is really to run for office. There's nothing, I'm not trying to be disparaging, but I think we're at the stage now of the nation and the world, and there's many things we'll talk about even in healthcare, that you really need people to understand how it affects a man in the street, how it affects the working type of person. And I think President Trump in this election has understood that, and he's become truly the Republican Party, as you said, has become the Democratic Party in terms of addressing the problems of the man in the street. So competence absolutely matters, and I'm glad that that's been taken up as almost a meme now, that competence matters.
How about that? Merit, competence, results for the people, not just being a professional campaigner every election cycle. 4 years ago, it was Black Lives Matter. 4 years later, it's competence matters. And keep in mind, LA Times owner Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, who just was played right there, refused to endorse Kamala Harris with his newspaper this past fall. Dr. Patrick had said on October 30th, quote, "I fear that picking one candidate over another would only exacerbate already deep divisions in the country," end quote. Translation, Kamala Harris is in over her head, but I can't publicly come out and back Donald Trump. Same approach Jeff Bezos took with the Washington Post. Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, they don't want to be facing the heat. And they've made that abundantly clear. So who is to blame? Well, according to CNN's Harry Enton, people around the country are not, I repeat, are not blaming climate change. Listen and watch this.
I don't think Americans are making this connection. And the way we can see this in right here and now, take a look at the monthly change in Google searches. Look at the searches for wildfire, up 2,400%. My goodness gracious. This is the most amount of people searching for wildfires ever, going back since Google Trends began back in 2004. But look at climate change. Look at the change. It doesn't go hand in hand with wildfires. It's actually down. It's down 9%. And I also looked in California. There has been no increase in the number of searches for climate change. So the bottom line is this. Americans are definitely interested in learning about these wildfires. They're interested in following the news about the wildfires, but they are not making that connection with climate change. That's the bottom line.
So how about that? No increase in climate change searches in California where the tragedy is occurring. And you know why? Perhaps, well, this is just a possible theory, but I subscribe to it. Citizens in California are more disgusted by and impacted from the policies of far-left radical progressive Democrats than they are by any changes in weather patterns, temperatures, wind gusts, or natural disasters. There's a reason why California has led the way, being the #1 spot for U-Haul exoduses from the state for 5 consecutive years. And I'd bet my paycheck on wildfires not being a top 5 reason for them fleeing. In fact, news coming down from the LA Times suggesting that the cause is almost certainly the result of a human being starting the fire. They report, quote, "What sparked the Palisades fire? A beloved hiking trail may hold the grim answers. The origin point of the Palisades fire could be around a beloved hiking trail with ocean views and where another fire was sparked days earlier. Here is what we know. Hikers and outdoor enthusiasts have long been drawn to Skull Rock, north of Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades, a relatively short hike on the Temescal Ridge Trail, which reveals the skeletal-shaped Skull Rock and dramatic Pacific Ocean views. Now, this area is the subject of an investigation as a potential starting point for the Palisades fires, which burned thousands of structures last week. It's unclear where the fire started, and its cause is under investigation. The general area was the site of a small fire, on New Year's Eve that burned for a few hours before fire officials said they snuffed it out with help from water-dropping helicopters. Sources with knowledge of the investigation told The Times that officials are aware of the earlier fire and its general proximity to the Palisades fire. They are looking into whether that could be the cause because the area is frequented by the public. The sources said it's possible a new fire was somehow sparked there on Tuesday. The earlier fires appear to be sparked by fireworks. As for the Palisades fire, the sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly said it appears to have human origins, but that the investigation is ongoing. And speaking of that, the Wall Street Journal with a column, headline, "Bad policy served as kindling for California's wildfires. Bad forest and water management, misplaced priorities, and price controls have all played a role." And here's the key excerpt from the column. The Wall Street Journal reports, prior to 1800, California lost on average 4.5 million acres to fires every year. As we introduce scientific land management and fire suppression measures, by the end of the 20th century, that average of 4.5 million dropped to around 250,000 acres. Massive drop-off. But in 2020, California suffered a single-year loss of 4.3 million acres to wildfires. In fact, between 2019 and 2023, an average of more than 1.5 million acres burned each year. So what happened? The left blames climate change, but that doesn't explain California's long history with massive wildfires or why the fires became less threatening throughout most of the 20th century. And if climate change is not the culprit, well, then who could be? Well, according to Gavin Newsom, it's Elon Musk and it's Donald Trump. But it doesn't stop with the governor of California, who is in desperation mode to save his failing political career. The blame game has also now shifted on lamestream media. And that would include MSNBC's Jen Psaki, who also blamed the incoming administration. Listen and watch this.
And with these fires still burning, we are facing important questions about how to mitigate and prevent disasters like this in the future. Fact is, leaders will need to confront a very complicated and challenging reality moving forward. But right now, that is not exactly what is happening. Instead, Donald Trump and his allies are injecting half-truths, misinformation, and flat-out lies in some cases in order to score a version of political points, I suppose. We saw something similar play out just this past October in the aftermath of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, when Trump repeatedly lied about FEMA spending disaster relief funds on migrants, which didn't happen. Also baselessly claiming that the Biden administration was absent and incompetent in delivering aid, despite what elected officials of both parties on the ground said. Those lies were then spread and amplified by the richest man in the world on the social media site that he owns. So I guess none of us should have been shocked this week when Elon Musk posted that the Los Angeles Fire Department prioritized DEI over saving lives and homes. That's an exact quote.
And I guess I shouldn't be shocked by Jen Psaki or anybody on MSNBC, but let me see if I can follow along because I want to get this right. When Trump's in office, if something good happens, it's because, well, he inherited what Obama gave him. When Trump's in office and something bad happens, it is 100% his fault. When Trump's not in office, it's still his fault, and his words are far worse than the failed policies of those responsible. And when Trump is on his way back into office, what he says, true, false, or partially correct, takes precedence and priority over the abject failures of two left-wing politicians, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. Did I summarize that correctly? They still don't get it, and they're never going to learn. As Trump is 6 days away from returning, it is over for Karen Bass. She'll be ousted. The 71-year-old who was elected in 2022 is going to be one and done. And for Gavin Newsom, I would argue it's curtains as well. In my opinion, he's almost got no chance of holding office again in the capacity he currently serves or his presidential aspirations. This tragedy is the dagger in the California coffin. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the great folks at the Piazza Auto Group. Right now, you can get special 0% financing for up to 72 months on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan or the ID4 electric SUV. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Langhorne or Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore at its new location, 205 East Lancaster Avenue. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, get thoughts and reactions on this, as well as the Associated Press saying, you know what, wildfires, there's an element of racism to them. Back after this on a Tuesday. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's hear this tiger purr, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WIPOL. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install state-of-the-art Train heating system to keep you warm. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekans.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
A little freeze frame on a Tuesday. Little Jay Giles band action for you. My daughters once danced to this at a dance competition. Epic performance. They came in first. 855-839-1210. We will get to the Philadelphia Inquirer op-ed coming up in hour number 2. John Fetterman, Donald Trump, as well as some of the inauguration details that are coming up for Monday that were revealed yesterday. Carrie Underwood will be performing America the Beautiful, and also some media news as well in the world of MSNBC and Fox News, all still ahead as we roll on this morning. Cut sheet just about an hour from now. So, Dawn Stensland, we have reports from the Los Angeles Times that this could be man-made. We have Americans with data from Mr.
Holy cow.
Harry Enton himself, where Americans are not saying this is a climate change thing. They're not searching for climate change, but make no mistake about it, the usual suspects are more bothered by what Trump says or what Elon Musk posts on X than they are perhaps the politicians almost directly responsible for this. Your thoughts?
It shows you what I guess ordinary people, all of us, what we care about, what we look into, versus what people living in the bubble care about or want or think that they can influence us.
It's a great point.
And so because everybody wants to know that there were reports that it had to do with the power company, with Edison, that there are reports of that. There are all kinds of reports, but everybody wants to know what caused this thing in the first place. And then why couldn't they put it out? Why couldn't they deal with it? They're really basic questions. Mm-hmm. It's like journalism 101. You know what I mean? Who, what, when, where, why? Mm-hmm. You know? So I just think it's one more example of officials or people in the media who think that, first of all, they can influence the rest of us. They cannot. And we see through them. And this is just one more example. And by the way, if you think about climate change, my goodness, think about the poor air quality. I mean, you're seeing people wearing masks that you would wear if you were a worker on an industrial site.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where masks do matter
Yeah.
because you don't want to breathe in that crud.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of these things, too, where, look, is the climate changing? Is temperatures and weather patterns? But weather has evolved and morphed and changed since, like, the beginning of time. So I'm not one of these people that says, well, yeah, climate change is a hoax. I mean, like, there's some truth to different patterns that are different from 1972 versus 1623. But everything being an existential threat to the civilization of Americans, like, I think that's, to your point, is we've rejected the fear porn, right? You know what's an existential threat in my life? Eggs being $8 a carton. That's my threat.
This whole thing is just the Karen Basses, it's the Gavin Newsoms wanting to shift blame to somebody other than themselves.
Yep.
If you really look back on this timeline, and I did a kind of a deep dive on this last night because I was just like, when you have an organization like the LA Times coming out and being like, this isn't what you guys think it is. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the climate change making everything worse. This is, if you really look at it, as of January 1st, there were some meteorologists, weather people saying, guys, this area is ripe for these fires, and the winds that we're gonna, these Santa Ana winds that California, that part of California has had forever.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, they're like, this is a recipe for disaster. They had press conferences starting January 2nd, and they did nothing about it. Karen Bass went to Ghana. So for them to say anything other than, you know what? This could be potentially bad. Mm-hmm. We know getting up to those areas, those cliffs in the Pacific Palisades, is catastrophic. Maybe we should, just what's the harm in having a bunch of firefighters up there on standby just in case something happens?
Yeah.
Nothing was prepared for.
Nothing.
The reservoir was dry. There was no precautions taken. So when you have people like Whoopi Goldberg who said, look, this is just, this stuff happens. No, it doesn't. It does in the fact that, like, California, one of the great things about Southern California is the weather. You have this picture-perfect weather. But also with that picture-perfect weather, you get these extremes. You get you get mudslides when it rains too much, and you get this dry, these wildfires because it's so dry there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the price of living in paradise.
No different than Florida, right?
Yes.
You want 70-plus degrees year-round, okay, but, the trade-off for that is come hurricane season, it really sucks.
And you can see the politicians kind of backing off from the climate change thing. They kind of went full bore into it, and then they're like, well, we can't really blame ourselves, so we don't really want to go too far down this climate change, because now even the Los Angeles Times is coming out and saying that these trails there, people start fires. You know what I mean? Like, there's homeless encampments there with people on meth who think it's hysterical to start fires.
Mm-hmm.
There's all these kind of issues that are happening in Southern California that are not climate change. That is the cause for all this. And
pyromaniacs on meth is a bad combination.
But the New York Times had that big article yesterday saying that they went through and tracked since the 1970s how many of these fires by the thousands were sparked by power lines, and there's a push to put everything, underground, make it wireless, etc. But that all of these, and wasn't that the case that they learned in Hawaii?
Yeah,
those horrible fires that they were actually
Maui.
So in that one, I mean, we don't have, the exact cause. As far as maybe there were multiple causes, but in this one, it looks like the power lines played a major role.
Yeah, I remember as soon as this story broke out last week, Bernie Sanders rushing to a camera, Bernie Sanders rushing to X. If this isn't proof that climate change is real, I don't know what is, right? But yet, if you have the New York Times and the LA Times basically obliterating your theory on climate change being the culprit, maybe you should actually just look yourself in the mirror and realize It is the failure of leadership. And it's so infuriating as somebody who's never been in leadership or management or at the top overseeing a group of people, whether appointed, hired, or elected, when they always want to take the credit and do the victory lap when times are good, and then they tuck their leg between their tails when things are bad. That's an act of cowardice. Own up, admit it. It's not Trump's fault. It's not Elon Musk's fault. Okay, it's not climate change. It's you were unprepared in a region that is known for their wildfires. I mean, if you were to do like the top 10 or 20 things that Southern California is known for, wildfires are going to be on that list. All right.
100%.
So I don't get it.
They say the New York Times article that they went through since 1999. And they said of the 20 most destructive California wildfires, at least 8 of those were caused by power-related causes and these power lines.
Because they don't clear the dry brush around them, and they spark fires.
Well, why don't we start allocating resources to a bunch of landscapers that maybe aren't afraid of high-risk situations or sloped hills or mountains or whatever it is. And why don't we clear that brush out on an annual basis whenever wildfires are in, I don't know, is wildfire season a thing, like hurricane season?
It is, but this is not fire season. I'll also point out that as far as the Eaton fire goes, the Altadena, California residents, they filed the lawsuit on Monday against Southern California Edison, claiming the utility's electrical equipment set off the Eaton fire.
Yep.
And that burned, more than 13,000 acres, 5,000 structures in the city and some neighboring areas.
Okay.
So it's still all under investigation.
Gotcha. 855-839-1210. And that leads us to the Associated Press, who is this story's big winner on the first outlet, the first media publication, to say racism. That is correct. The AP says California wildfires are racist, citing, quote, a headline, California wildfires could be leaving deeper inequality in their wake. Their argument is that the wildfires have not just affected, quote, celebrity mansions and movie landmarks, but also black families who moved to the area to avoid racism. They write, a drive through the charred neighborhoods around Altadena shows that the fires are also burned through a remarkable haven for generations of black families, avoiding discriminatory housing practices everywhere. They have been communities of racial and economic diversity where many people have owned their own homes. So wait a minute. Let me just, because I'm having like Kathy Hochul flashbacks in my mind. Is that like some breaking news story that you're surprised, or you're of the belief that a black person cannot own a home, that they are not wealthy enough or talented enough or capable of saving enough money or having a good enough credit score to actually purchase a home? That's what the AP is implying when I read that. And I'm having flashbacks to when Kathy Hochul was talking about how young black children don't know what a computer is. Can you imagine? Remember when she said that in 2024, young black children do not know what a computer is? That is a racist statement. So it's amazing how racist the Associated Press can come off, or any of these news outlets, when they make statements like this, because they're looking at everything through the prism of identity politics and racism. And I'm very confused. And we should have a deep investigation on this. Joe Biden, again yesterday, said that climate change is the biggest existential threat to civilization. I could have sworn just a few months ago, white supremacy was the biggest threat to America and civilization.
I thought Trump was the danger.
Well, Trump is Hitler, yes, and Trump represents white supremacy. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's climate change or white supremacy that is the biggest thing we need to eradicate in America and around the globe. But leave it to the Associated Press. And I know, Dawn, you're the journalist. I could have sworn there was a time, and I'm looking at this from a sports perspective. I remember in high school, in college, and when I got out and I worked at the newspaper my mom worked at, and even afterwards, the Associated Press was always the outlet where, like, if you worked or you operated a small newspaper and you didn't have the budget to allocate for a reporter on every single beat to cover every team or every story, or to do a culture reporter or an economics reporter, you leaned on and you banked on the Associated Press. You'll always see, even in local papers, the Morning Call up in the Lehigh Valley, the Star Ledger in New Jersey, a lot of times they default to the AP because the AP has more resources. Now the AP is nothing more than left-wing propaganda. I don't know when that happened. Maybe they're the last big outlet to jump in on the bandwagon with, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Philadelphia Inquirer. But the Associated Press, from a print standpoint, is the equivalent of MSNBC now. And it's really sad to see, as somebody that actually at one point thought about pursuing writing and being a journalist and being a sports writer. And one thing I actually looked up was, how do I get a job writing for the Associated Press? But they say California wildfires are racist. There you go. And how about this last story? This is amazing. So in L.A., now I don't know how the Sun gets a story like this, but they do, and I'm surprised that this hasn't been reported because the Sun is it's a UK publication and media outlet. Did you know that during these wildfires, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation has deployed 931 incarcerated firefighters and 114 support staff? They are paying prison inmates in the California penal system. Get ready for this. They earn between $5.80 and $10.24, not per hour, per day.
Wow, that's probably a ton of money in the joint.
Phil Almquist is putting in his 2 weeks and going to fight fires.
Isn't that slave labor?
I was just going to say that. So we're using inmates in Mexico,
yes,
to fight these fires.
And the incarcerated people are working in 24-hour shifts.
Oh, my God.
You talk about hard labor. If that doesn't set you straight and get you back on track and prevent recidivism, I don't know what will.
Are we really in that bad a shape? Really?
We saw the plane. You played the clip yesterday.
Yeah.
We had to resort to Mexico. And that's where I was the most angry, was I got to hear about California being the 5th biggest economy, not in the country, but on the planet. And we're resorting to Mexico, who clearly Trump wants to finish the wall, seal the border, stop the cartels, things like that. But now we need them to help us fight fires, and we need people sitting in the joint with felonies on their record, coming out for $7.22 a day and working 24-hour shifts.
That is unbelievable.
How'd you like to be the probation officer or the parole officer or the case manager, and you say, hey, Bob, you got 18 more months left, but if you want a little extra scratch on the side, you hear about those wildfires that everybody's talking about in the can? You want to go fight them?
Why couldn't we use those people to have gone and cleared the brush?
Yes. How about that?
Before the wildfires
Put them to good use, right?
Yeah.
Well,
we're paying for it.
All of these wealthy, here's what I don't understand. All these people in California, because Larry, when he did Access Hollywood, lived in Toluca Lake. And so wherever you would go, whether it's Malibu, whether you go to Palisades, all these people have landscapers. They're not going out and doing their own yard work.
You don't think so?
Like I do.
Yeah.
Greg doesn't either.
I don't know. Absolutely not.
So I don't understand why all these people don't just have their landscaper and their lawn guys clear the brush.
I think it's because they get fined.
I think you're right. I think Greg's exactly right.
So
I think it's a whole environmental thing.
Yeah, because you might disturb a habitat of a
like
frog.
A frog or a little louse or a mouse or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
So
no, I believe you.
So they can't do anything. So you have all of this brush that's 6 months without rain.
Yeah.
It's a kindling's worst nightmare.
Like, I get it. I'm not anti-animal. I'm not anti-pet. I understand the way, ecosystems work, and you need this animal to take care of that animal so this can bloom and this can survive. Like, I get it. But can we get some of our priorities straight? Can we prioritize humanity over, like, random, obtuse animals that the average person, A, doesn't know about, and B, couldn't care less about? I don't know. I think preserving your property might actually be more paramount than maybe saving the smelt fish or any other animal hanging out in the shrubs of Beverly Hills.
I'm just, because we went through, California went through some pretty horrific wildfires in the 90s. And I think like a lot of Malibu and stuff was destroyed when that happened. And or maybe not Malibu, but somewhere in that area.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, because it doesn't seem like they've learned anything since then.
Nope.
And I wonder if we're going to, if this is kind of a reckoning, an awakening for a lot of the residents, because I believe that those wildfires in the 90s only did, I say only, but compared to what's happening now, I think it was only like 700 or 800 homes destroyed.
Okay.
And now you're in the 12,000 or something like that. It is.
I just can't see it being any worse than this, right?
So, do you think now California is like, okay, we need something to change, or they're just gonna
we'll keep they'll
rebuild, and that'll be the end of it?
They'll rebuild. It'll take all of these years, and then tragedy will happen again 5 years from now, 50 years from now. But yeah, they'll do the same thing. They're going to try to do the same thing the next time we have a pandemic.
Yeah.
They're going to run the same playbook.
Yeah.
Masks, vaccines, business lockdowns.
That's why I know in your big take and yesterday, Nick, you said that you think this is the end of Gavin Newsom's political career. I don't think so.
I think it's the end for him, but there's somebody else that'll come in and run the same playbook.
No, I think people have short memories and short, in a year we'll forget all about this, and Gavin Newsom will crack a smile and give his hand gestures like the psychopath he is, and we'll forget all about it.
Is he in his second term? I have to look that up, because the reason I say it's over for him is the only place he can go from here is up, and the only place that he can go from here being obviously his presidential aspirations. I just cannot see him going from what he has done to California to winning the presidency of the United States, unless for some unforeseen circumstances and for some bizarre, ungodly reason that Trump and J.D. Vance are biblical disasters and nothing changes in this country over the next 4 years. I just can't imagine you look at Gavin Newsom's approval rating. It is very, very low. I think he was at 37%. I mean, that's lower than what Joe was at some point. So
remember, he tried to Newsom. They tried to recall him, but he still won. That was in 2021.
Okay, he's only 57 years old, by the way. I would have thought he was older than that.
He looks good. He's doing the testosterone, no doubt.
This is not the end of Gavin Newsom. I'm telling you guys, this is not the end of Gavin Newsom. We're going to see a lot more of him, and I would not be surprised to see him in the Dems hopper in a couple of years.
That speaks volumes about their hopper.
One headline, Newsweek: Gavin Newsom recall process could start this week with Karen Bass next. That was a headline last night.
He is in his second term, by the way. He won re-election in 2022.
After the recall thing.
Yeah, he got 59% of the vote. All right, 855-839-1210, the number. We'll get to some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we'll do a little transition to Donald Trump as the Philadelphia Inquirer says, hey, John Fetterman, stay away from the orange man. Not good for your future. Plus, a country superstar comes out. What does it mean moving forward that she will be performing and appearing at Trump's inauguration? And, of course, the meltdowns that are guaranteed to ensue. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is next.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, hour number 2, the show that has made YouTube streaming the it place to be. The it factor is there. All of you going there to watch the show, thousands per day, hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and we are making waves throughout the industry. Everybody's saying, we need to be like Kayal and Company. And it's happening, folks. Look, we didn't invent morning radio, right, Stalker? We just perfected.
We also didn't invent streaming, but we perfected it. Thank you very much.
There you go.
I made this announcement earlier, by the way. There will be food and drinks if you're coming out to the NAC next Monday.
I could go for a Danish.
We'll be there starting at 6 a.m. Kayal and Company will be there. The Dawn Stensland Show will be there. And Dom Giordano. So we will all be there
We start at 6 a.m.
on Inauguration Day next Monday. You know you probably have off work. So come on out. Get up early. Hang out with us. And then, you'll be there in time for the inauguration. You can see it live. We'll have 4 big screen TVs.
Yeah.
So you won't miss a second of it. All the food.
Bring your kids, too.
Absolutely.
The kiddies are off. It's MLK Jr. Day.
Absolutely. And I said when I was talking to them, the people at the NAC, the good people at the NAC, they were like, at 7:30, you think they're going to show up? No. No, they'll be there at 6.
That's right.
They'll be there at 6, ready to go.
Yeah. And I know we have teachers in the audience. Teachers, you can come on out. By the way, you weasel teachers getting a 4-day weekend out there. My daughters yesterday. We're off school this week, Friday and Monday.
Friday and Monday.
Yeah.
Nice.
Teacher in service day.
Oh, for God's sake.
I look at my wife and go, they wanted the 4-day weekend, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. There you go. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. We'll get to Fetterman and Trump as well as Carrie Underwood and Inauguration Day coming up shortly. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:08. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. We are sponsored by Meineke in Kayal and Company News Live. This Tuesday morning, January the 14th, 24 degrees, clear skies. We're only headed up to this is the big chill. We're back to the big chill after the nice little warm teas that happened Sunday and Monday. So the high today just in the low 30s, but we'll never feel like that with the breeze that's hitting us. So bundle up if you're headed out this morning. But thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring us. So we had talked a lot about, these are some follow-ups. President-elect Trump had announced from one of his 2 Mar-a-Lago news conferences last week there'd be, quote, hell to pay if the 100 Jews, the hostages who've been held since October 7th, 2023 by Hamas terrorists, there'd be hell to pay if they were not released before his inauguration, which TikTok is on the 20th, as we've talked about. The latest here is that Hamas has accepted a draft agreement for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, as well as the release of the dozens of hostages.
Well, yeah.
So that's
dozens.
the headline.
I think that's important because I believe, Greg, you are the belief yesterday that a lot of these people, sadly, are probably no longer alive.
Well, of the 100 still captive, we know that the military in Israel and Israeli officials believe at least 1/3 of the 100 are dead.
So in 18 months, Joe Biden could not get the hostages out. But in 18 paragraphs, Donald Trump is going to be able to pull that off. I would say that's a pretty good start for the incoming administration, if in fact American Jews, Jews in general, go home safely. Put that on the victory column for 47.
And I'll also point out the Mideast envoy, who, remember Steve, he introduced him at Mar-a-Lago and said he was headed back, is there, has joined the negotiations. That's what's new.
And I think you made a great point yesterday too, Dawn, because Trump's not a war guy. Trump wants to end wars. He doesn't want to start them. He doesn't want to engage. And when he says there's hell to pay, it's not that he's going to send more American troops into the Middle East. You were talking about the financial punishments that Iran would face because, of course, we know they bankroll and fund a lot of this activity.
100%. Yeah. So we'll see if after nearly 16 months, these hostages, and hope to God, more have survived than thought, but those families certainly praying for this to end.
I cannot imagine what it would be like. We saw those tunnels, those underground caves. Can you imagine a year and a half of your life living potentially in that setting?
And to your point, think about this. Think about the coverage and the lack thereof.
It doesn't exist. It hasn't existed for like a year.
All the stations, they should have, the day, how many days, how many, hostages are you just don't hear it. It's incredible to me that nobody. I mean, we talk about it. Some conservative site, but it's like these hostages are forgotten.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And some of them Americans, by the way.
That's correct.
So we have that going on. We've been updating you as well on the California, the fires, the wildfires. So unfortunately, Santa Ana winds are set to, strengthen and causing critical fire conditions over the next 3 days. And the National Weather Service, all of those services that put out these warnings, that it's now going back to a critical situation because the winds are kicking back up.
Mm-hmm.
And this is across Los Angeles, Ventura counties, as the region obviously continues to battle historic deadly blazes. So
Palisades fire, by the way, only 14% contained. 14% in a week, Dawn.
And in the Palisades fire alone, they burned more than 23,000 acres. The wind-fed wildfires killing at least 24 people. This morning, we have reports of dozens of people missing and unaccounted for. And these have swept through 40,000 acres in the Los Angeles, the greater LA area, if you will, destroying entire communities. And the latest count of the structures, 12,300 structures are known to have been destroyed.
Wow.
So the largest one, Palisades, we talked about, 14% contained, and that one also threatened Brentwood. That's the home of the vice president, Kamala Harris, Encino, as well as Westwood.
Yeah.
Evacuation orders in effect for 92,000 residents of Los Angeles proper, and then 89,000 are in evacuation warning zones, which means they need to leave at a moment's notice.
I believe Kamala said something to the extent yesterday of remaining patient during this process. Could you imagine watching your community burn to the ground? And like Palisades, for example, you're at 14% containment. I lose my mind when I do the mandatory iPhone reboot, and it takes 30 minutes, and my phone's only at 14% rebooted. Now, imagine something that actually is of significance to your life, like your property and your home.
We have Kamala saying that, Roland.
Do we?
Yeah.
And so it's critically important that to the extent you can find anything that gives you an ability to be patient in this extremely dangerous and unprecedented crisis, that you do.
Yeah, word salads for wildfires, baby. That's the mantra that she's going to be running on in 2026 when she runs for governor of California. Just be patient. Go down to your local Applebee's, have a couple of beers, take your mind off of it.
Well, not to be topped, Joe Biden gave some cash relief, or is going to give some cash relief to the people impacted by these fires. Come on down. Cut 22, roll it.
And I want to be clear. We're not waiting until those fires are over to start helping the victims. We're getting them help right now, as you all know. People impacted by these fires are going to receive one-time payment of $770.
$770.
One-time payment.
There you go.
So they can quickly purchase things like water, baby formula, prescriptions.
Right.
So far, nearly 6,000 survivors have registered to do just that, and $5.1 million has gone out.
There you go.
You can't get a dinner for four for $770 in Pacific Palisades. Amazing. Think about that. $770 for you, $500 million for Ukraine.
25. Those houses out there in the Pacific Palisades, in a minimum, cost probably what? $8 million?
Oh,
$10 million?
Yeah.
$25 million?
Yeah.
Here's $770.
I mean, just to think about this. So I know for a fact that my former boss, who now runs the Odyssey sports station in the Bay Area, San Francisco, not LA, but still equally as expensive probably, or within the same ballpark, over $1.5 million on a home that is 1,900 square feet. So if a radio guy is paying $1.5 million, what do you think these Hollywood people are paying for their homes in Pacific Palisades? $13 million? $16 million? And getting what? I don't know, maybe 3,000 square feet, which is nice, but it's $16 million.
Chris Apolito on the YouTube chat says $770 because they were told $750 in North Carolina wasn't enough.
That's right. Joe gave him a bump. He's playing politics.
A few more bucks.
Yep.
Right?
Liberal towns get 20 extra bucks.
Oh, goodness. We do have reports. So we've talked a couple things. We know that there are lawsuits where residents are concerned that the cause of at least some of these fires, the cause being electric wires, those utility companies. So there's at least one lawsuit that we know of against Edison. And also this morning, and it started yesterday afternoon, really, word that a recall attempt to knock California Governor Newsom out of office is in fact underway. He's facing pretty harsh criticism for his handling of the LA wildfires. And his critics and opponents label his leadership as, quote, a series of catastrophic failures.
Wow.
So it looks like this is underway as they try to get signatures and put forth a recall special election for Newsom. So one of the, one of them is, under the reign of Governor, this is a quote, under the reign of Governor Newsom, living in California has become impossible for average people through years of poor policies, increasing the cost of living, increasing crime, increasing drug use and homelessness, and the cost of the burden on businesses, especially small businesses and communities, and decreasing professional standards, educational standards. I mean, it goes on and on. Disappearance of billions of taxpayers' dollars to failed pet projects. I mean, it goes. So this one is Randy Economy. That was one of the statements. I know Newsweek have the story that I quoted earlier this morning, but now the New York Post is picking it up this morning. So it looks like this started yesterday afternoon, and it's underway to recall him.
We talk about Democrats always turning on each other and the media turning on the left. Just wait until the Karen Bass resignation chants begin. And imagine if Karen Bass is forced to essentially step aside before, or if she's the only casualty and Gavin Newsom survives. You know what the media will do. Well, it's sexist and it's racist. It wasn't Karen Bass that should have been gone. It starts at the top of the state with the straight white man, Gavin Newsom. Pay attention to that. That'll happen if one of these people lose their job.
So a spokesman for Newsom this morning is dismissing this latest attempt for another recall of Newsom, says the governor is 100% focused on the fires, ongoing rescue efforts, and the recovery process, not politics, unquote.
I don't know. He's been tweeting a lot about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I would say he's focused on a lot of politics.
So we have all of that going on for you. So much happening this morning and so much news this morning for sure. Speaking of, we have Trump news. We told you earlier in the report that was released in the wee hours of this morning, and certainly Trump reacting to that as far as Jack Smith, he resigned over the weekend, special prosecutor, but he released a piece of his report, volume 1, in saying that he absolutely, if Trump had not been reelected, that he could have proven that Trump, in fact, committed election interference the last time around in 2020.
Okay.
So we have that one going on. So this is Attorney General Merrick Garland publicly, DOJ, releasing Special Counsel Jack Smith's report on the probe into Trump efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
As Eddie Murphy said in 48 hours, bye, Jack. F you, Jack. That's what I have to say.
Trump in this, in the wee hours of the morning, responding on Truth Social, among other things, calling it fake findings in his overnight social media post at the release of this thing. So we have all of that going on. Hope in Gaza. Also, by the way, Hunter Biden, there's Hunter Biden news as the Justice Department special counsel whose 6 years case into Hunter Biden actually, obviously that one was turned around because of the pardon that was that decades-long unconditional pardon given by President Joe Biden to his son. But now there's criticism that the outgoing president in the final report released just yesterday. This is special. It's a local story, technically. Special counsel David Weiss. In essence, giving Biden a little lecture for making, quote, gratuitous and wrong accusations that the long-running investigation into Hunter was unfair or tainted by politics. Jim Jordan recently said that the probe, as far as ethics committees and that sort of thing, will continue. But in this one, we have Weiss saying in his report that other presidents have pardoned family members, but in doing so, none have taken the occasion as an opportunity to malign the public servants.
Yep, and Hunter Biden, according to Weiss, made millions off of the Biden last name. Very interesting that, both of these reports and these special counsels kind of I would almost say coordination with the timing of these releases. Not that I think really most people probably don't care about either one at this point. Because as we said when we covered this, endlessly, we all realized that nothing was going to happen to any of these individuals, right?
We did.
Yes, just theater.
So we talked a lot. We talked a lot this morning about what happened yesterday, big news conference, the announcement about the sports arenas. There will be no Sixers arena on Market East, but there will be some kind of revitalization. So Mayor Sherrell Parker, joined by the big names, the owners, among them Brian Roberts of Comcast. I'm losing my voice.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Well, it's an emotional time.
No, it's not emotional.
The Wanamaker building, I get it. Macy's.
So Chinatown Group celebrating this. The new arena will also be the home of the Flyers. Will host touring acts, special events. Comcast obviously owns the Flyers as well as the Wells Fargo Center, where both teams currently play. The one thing I did not mention yesterday, so the bottom line here is the proposed 76-place arena, that's not going to happen in the city's Market East Station section, but they say they will do some revitalization. Wanda Sykes was there, and she's a local resident, the comedian Wanda Sykes.
I was just going to say, why do I know that name, Wanda Sykes?
Yes.
She came to Parks with us.
Yeah.
Right? Or am I? No.
Was she at Parks? I
Was
missed
she not
that
at
one.
Parks? No.
Well, maybe she has appeared at Parks. I love her. She's a Chester County resident.
Okay.
She and her partner live in. So anyway, she's pushing for the WNBA.
Oh,
so,
for God's sake.
So she was there.
Oh, great.
Talking about that. So I just wanted to
take out a Macy's. We don't get a Sixers deal, but we'll bring in a business that hasn't turned a profit in 3 decades.
Yeah, yep.
Well,
great.
Would the WNBA be successful here? I don't know, but
sure, if they bring
if
Caitlin Clark gets traded here,
they still wouldn't be successful.
Oh, it'd be great. I'd love to see people losing their minds over Caitlin Clark in this town.
So in less than 3 hours, 2.5 hours, tickets go on sale. Philadelphia Eagles. This is the divisional round. Go on sale this morning, 10 o'clock this morning. Tickets can only be purchased online, Ticketmaster.com. You're limited to 4 tickets per household, and all the tickets will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. Eagles will face the L.A. Rams this Sunday, January 19th, 3 p.m. game.
Yeah, my daughter's last night. You want to go to the game, Daddy? I said, sure. And she goes, well, let's get tickets. I go, great. How many do you want? You want a dozen? You want a couple of suites? Hey, why not? Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to guess that the average ticket price for that game, because it'll be the last home game because they have to play if they win in Detroit. I'm going to say average ticket price, $475. That's my guess.
Well, there's a new book club in town. Maybe call it the Brown Book Club. But remember we talked about
I knew you were going to bring
Eagles
this up.
star receiver A.J. Brown and his book. Well, guess what? His book by self-help author Jim Murphy became I admit I bought this book. It's now the hottest seller on Amazon overnight.
Almighty.
It's called Inner Excellence.
Here's my suggestion for people out there contemplating it. Don't.
Why?
By the way, how about that reporter yesterday, James Palmer, saying, oh, no, he has it. It's highlighted. It's been banged off the bench. Is it possible, as I channel my inner Joe Pesci here from my cousin Vinny, is it possible that book was actually read and highlighted by somebody else and gifted to A.J.
Why do you
Brown?
think that? I think it's his book.
Jalen Hurts apparently said at the press conference Sunday that he's never seen A.J. Brown read in his life.
Well, I think he's busting his chops.
I think they hate each other.
They don't hate each other. They go way back. They do not hate each other, but they bust each other's chops. It's number 1 on Amazon's bestsellers list as of actually yesterday, like last night at some point.
Yeah.
Took the top spot on the trending list.
Mm-hmm.
It was ranked before that at 523,497.
It shot up 500,000 spots in the rankings.
Yes, sir.
For God's sake.
Now, did you get the paperback, the hardback, or the digital version?
I got the digital version and I got the paperback.
We are a dumb nation.
Why? I love these. Look.
A.J. Brown, reading influencer.
Yeah. Have you ever heard him speak? I don't think he reads too much.
So what?
He struggled to cite what he was reading when we played that clip yesterday, remember? He's like, yeah, it's about, hold on a second.
Brown said he was surprised his moment went viral because he says he often reads on the sidelines, he says. Okay. He said, y'all caught me this time. Yeah. If I score a touchdown or drop a pass, it's something how I refocus.
Right.
And he had a great quote. He said that for him, the game was 10% physical, 90% mental.
Ah.
I believe that with sports. I bought it for my son.
Did you notice Devontae Smith sitting next to him? You know what Devontae Smith was reading? You know what Devontae Smith had in his hands when he wasn't getting fed the ball enough?
Plays.
He had his Microsoft Surface tablet. Oh. And you know what's on that tablet? Previous plays, pictures, film, video.
I don't know why you hating on AJ.
Because this is gonna end up like T.O., I'm telling you. And he's gonna be the problem.
He's not the problem. AJ is not the problem.
I'm trading him for a 5th round.
Would you stop?
Get out.
And look, when he and Jalen are good together. Yeah. They just busted each other's chops.
Yeah, just ball busting.
I think it's great. He has he's focusing. There's a lot of frustration.
Yeah.
He's working through it, reading his book.
Give us a recap once you read it. I'm curious to know what that book's about. Yeah, because we know AJ can't give us the Cliff Note version.
All right, we have to break.
All right, we have to talk about Meineke.
Please. Jesus mighty.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear, and that's what Greg Stocker just did. He just stepped on the Meineke brakes.
Right.
Do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem, find a location near you, Meineke.com. What?
He's giggling. He's reading YouTube. He's reading YouTube. All right, coming up next, John Fetterman. Well, he's kind of triggered the op-ed department of the Philadelphia Inquirer, and Carrie Underwood has triggered America. That on the way before we get to the cut sheet, and it's coming up next. But right now, we got to tell you about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, as I just recently drove the 2025 Hyundai Tucson right before the holidays, and, bad weather on the way, snow. Maybe you're in the market for a sport utility vehicle. Can we suggest the Hyundai Tucson? After all, it is the brand's most popular SUV, and they've completely overhauled the exterior and the interior. Bold new design with plenty of cargo space, while the standard all-wheel drive and the great gas mileage. Take a look at the gas mileage on Piazza's website. You'll be blown away by this one. And it's going to have you prepared for any adventure. And especially with distracted drivers, bad drivers out there. You heard Dawn in the 6 o'clock news, people piling into 3 cars at a red light. It comes with a best-in-class safety rating. That's paramount for you, but especially for your friends, your family, and your loved ones that are coming along with you. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, just off of Route 422, or Piazza Hyundai on Route 202 in Westchester, and online anytime at your convenience, PiazzaHyundai.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It is with heavy hearts that we announce the passing of retirement phase expert Philip J. Cannella III, the visionary founder of the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, Retirement Media Inc., and host of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Phil passed away peacefully on January 8th, 2025 at 2:30 a.m. with his wife and longtime business partner and courageous co-host Joanne Small Cannella faithfully by his side. Phil was 69 years old. In April 2022, Phil was diagnosed with stage 4 bile duct cancer. Phil fought his illness as he lived his life with great courage, grace, principles, and a determination to live each day to its fullest, working every day on behalf of the American retiree to the very end. Phil built a legacy of steadfast dedication to consumer advocacy by using truth, logic, wisdom, and his time-tested philosophies to develop the exclusive crash-proof retirement system. His steadfast and relentless mission to empower individuals was centered around comprehensive financial education, which shed light on the hidden pitfalls of Wall Street that everyday Americans were unaware of. In his own words, in a world of deception, truth and logic will always prevail. The most important message that we would like to leave with you is that Phil, along with his wife and partner, Joanne Small Cannella, took great care over the years to ensure that the safeguards, protections, philosophies, and core values that have always been the foundation of crash-proof retirement will live on, and that the unparalleled consumer protection provided by the exclusive crash-proof retirement system will continue to grow and thrive into the future. Phil's legacy lives on through our executive team, led by Joanne Small Cannella and Tracy Stillman, as well as our team of consumer advocates at Crash Proof Retirement, all of whom share the same foundational values that made Phil the financial gladiator he was. And our promise to Mr. Cannella is to always preserve his legacy forever. His vision continues to drive crash-proof retirement forward in the pursuit of a better life for all Americans. To quote Phil, "You can make a living from what you earn, but you can make a life from what you give." In loving memory of Phil Cannella, you will never be forgotten.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Mama Pajama rolled out of bed and she ran to the police station. When the papa found out, he began to shout and started the investigation.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and
against the
Company,
law.
736. In a world of investigations, special counsels, and reports, we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get on over on the free Odyssey app as well if you're going oot and a boot, as they say north of the border. And also on YouTube. A lot of visuals coming up, especially with the cut sheet, which is right around the corner. But before we get there, let's get to the Philadelphia Inquirer and their editorial board. Op-ed that was published with the headline, "Enabling Trump is a bad look for Fetterman." So apparently Fetterman going down to Mar-a-Lago to talk with Trump has triggered the Philadelphia Inquirer. And they are saying that it's bad for the big man. They write the following. Has Senator John Fetterman gone MAGA? Or is Pennsylvania's now senior senator just trying to stay in power? Either way, Fetterman's pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago this weekend is just the latest attempt to cozy up to Donald Trump. His conversion is even more head-spinning, giving his strong backing for Biden last summer. But soon after the election, Fetterman voiced the support for several of Trump's cabinet nominees, including Marco Rubio and Elise Stefanik. Fetterman also met with Pete Hegseth, who is having his hearing coming up at 9:30 this morning. And last month, Fetterman became the first Democrat senator to join Truth Social, Trump's social media site and the breeding ground for hate speech and conspiracy theories. Fetterman's first post on the site was for the pardoning of Trump for his criminal conviction in the New York hush money case. Last week also, Fetterman was the first Democratic senator to co-sponsor the Republican bill named after Laken Riley. They also go on to write that Fetterman used to call himself a progressive Democrat, but now, a year later, quote, "I'm not a progressive, I'm just a regular Democrat," talking about the crisis in Gaza. As you know, Fetterman backed Bernie Sanders on the support of legalized marijuana, wealth taxes, and a $15 an hour minimum wage, as well as Medicare for all. Fetterman has also become a favorite of Fox News, where he is a frequent guest. They go on to write, "Sorry, Senator, but this is nothing like the Louisiana Purchase," in reference to Fetterman talking about Trump purchasing Greenland. The Inquirer wraps up by saying this. Fetterman's response to anxious Democrats is to, quote, "chill out." Apparently, Fetterman is okay with enabling Trump as long as he gets to hold on to his Senate seat. He would do well to remember the old adage, if you have integrity, nothing else matters. If you don't have integrity, nothing else matters. So let's get into this conversation a little bit because, look, is it politics? Is it for his own political future? Probably an element of truth to that. I have no problem with that. But what I try to do is I try to be consistent. I despise left-wing policies. I can't stand the squad Dems and the far-left progressive radical faction. I disagree with Democrats. I disagree with liberals on a lot of things. I disagree with moderates on many things on the slightly left-of-center Democrat version of the party, which is a very small base. But I literally despise everything that the far left wants to put into practice. So I can't be hypocritical and be a hypocrite when Fetterman echoes common sense viewpoints on a litany of topics that happen to coincide with people right of center. And, we talked about this back in the summer when Trump was shot, dialing back the rhetoric and, getting politicians on both sides of the aisle to actually get things done, right? And find common ground. That's what this is about when we're talking about actually getting results. So I'm not going to kill Fetterman for going to Mar-a-Lago or doing his job and talking to Pete Hegseth. I would much rather see a Democrat actually trying to find commonalities with a MAGA Republican than going on MSNBC and calling him Hitler or saying Pete Hegseth is not qualified to do this job or RFK is a total maniacal kook. So, this anti-Fetterman stance from the left, and maybe he was a liar. Maybe he's not a progressive. Or maybe he is a progressive, and he's lying now. but he's on the same page with Republicans on 3 or 4 of the biggest issues out there, the big picture topics, one of which is the Middle East. Is this political? Yes. But, this is actually called progress. Isn't that what we want? Or do we just always want to be at each other's throats? You would think, because isn't it about uniting America? Wasn't that Biden's message 4 years ago? Trump's divisive, and I'm going to unite the country. You read this editorial today. It's on Philadelphia Inquirer's website, inquirer.com. Might be behind a paywall. If you have an account, great. It's worth reading because you can almost sense the fact that they despise the fact that Fetterman would even associate with Donald Trump and Republicans and Mar-a-Lago. And he's not the only one, right? Don, we've been talking about this now for how long? Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. We're seeing billionaires, left-wingers, newspaper publications all falling in line. And yes, we realize that they are being weasels and that they're doing it for their best bottom line business interest. But what's your thought on Fetterman? Because he's been very based and very common sense now for probably closing in on a year and a half. And I'm not saying he's ever going to be a Republican. I don't want him to be a Republican. And if he's the nominee 4 years down from president, I hope whoever runs against him, if it's J.D. Vance, I hope J.D. Vance kicks his ass. But I'm not going to kill the guy for doing what we want our elected officials to do, regardless of what side of the aisle they're on. I think this is a step in the right direction in maybe healing a fractured, divided nation. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that first of all, it's interesting that those on the left are not happy that Fetterman, who's really a darling of the Democrat Party, going to Mar-a-Lago. Another headline, the New Republic, quote, Trump lavishes praise on John Fetterman after Fetterman bends the knee. But it's interesting that I haven't heard people from the right side criticizing Trump, because Trump released, Trump said he thought Fetterman was impressive and, praised not only Fetterman went there with his wife, Giselle. I don't think the kids were there. I don't know. But his wife, Giselle, we haven't heard much from her. She was there. I think that you look at Fetterman and Katie Britt, they've appeared on Fox with Bret Baier at least twice that I can think of. Mm-hmm. They co-sponsored, obviously, the Lake and Riley law, which they're going to be discussing today.
Yep.
So I just think that this is savvy. This is savvy on the part of Fetterman. And I think it's savvy on the part of Trump to accept his visit.
And it's not just lip service. It's not just like Fetterman is going on Fox News a lot with Bret Baier to garner points in the media. He co-sponsored and voted for the Lake and Riley Act, which we talked about last week, where 159 of his fellow Democratic colleagues voted against deporting illegals that are here and then on top of it commit sexual violent acts, right? So you can, and I get it when MAGA Republicans say, be careful, John Fetterman, kind of a weasel, something smells fishy. I get it. I'm not saying hey, this guy's a closet Republican. He's not. But you know what? When you have some of these, who's a Democrat that I actually like that actually votes a lot of times on common sense? California Democrat Ro Khanna. Big free speech absolutist. I don't even know that he's a classic liberal. To me, he's a moderate at worst. And, we need more of that from the Democrat side and less of the Summerlees and AOCs and Bernie Sanders and all of these failed policies. And look, it's the catch-22, right? You don't want those progressive policies, but the alternative is a slide of the left back towards center, which I believe gives them a better chance to win elections moving forward, which is something I'm not keen on because I don't trust them, and I think they will revert back to some of those far-left policies when put in office. But you look at Fetterman, he has been incredible with common sense since, let's see, he had the stroke in the spring of 22, then we had the primaries in the fall. By late 2023, so probably going on 16 to 18 months, you're like, And this guy, I mean, I remember the Babylon Bee headline being far-left progressive suffers stroke and in recovery becomes a conservative. Nobody's saying he's a conservative, but he's voting with common sense. And,
Well, you're basically saying your take is basically what Trump, the quote from Trump with the Washington Examiner is, he's a common sense person. He's not a liberal or a conservative. He's just a common sense person, which is beautiful.
Yes.
Unquote.
Well, but I mean, that's great. But Trump was also the guy that said he looked like a buffoon with the hooded sweatshirt. So, you get both ends of this where, Trump calls him a goof. And then all of a sudden he comes to Mar-a-Lago and he's like, oh, he's a great guy. I understand playing the game. I totally get it.
I think Trump does not like people. I think Fetterman's the only person who could get away with wearing a hoodie in Mar-a-Lago. They probably have a dress code.
You're probably right. But
on that. I think Trump, with anybody who would wear a hoodie or whatever, you never see any of his kids or Barron, who's a teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he'd be pissed at me right now. He'd be looking at this.
He's all about
That's right.
looking the part.
There you go. And then we'll wrap with, you know what? Because we're up against it, we got to get to the cut sheet.
Thank you.
We'll save the Carrie Underwood story for maybe like 8:45 when we come out of the cut sheet. Let's get to it. 7:47 on this Tuesday morning. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by the Newtown Athletic Club, the NAC. That's right, we will be there Monday. So make sure you join us for Inauguration Day. We start at 6 a.m., so make sure you're out there bright and early. Breakfast will be served. Coffee, danishes, orange juice, whatever you want. It's all going to be there at the NAC. Please make sure. Show of hands. I'm looking at you, YouTube chat. Show of hands. Who's coming out? Oh.
Let me see.
Kale.
Me.
Kale, you're going out. Dawn.
I will be there.
Dawn, will you be there?
I have to be there.
It's go time for fitness.
I'll be a hostage.
It's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club. Will you be chained up? Or the NAC in Bucks County. The NAC offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate each stage of your life, from youth to active aging, young families to empty nesters. Schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com. That's newtownathletic.com. Join us on Monday,
the 20th.
I'm talking to you people.
He just threw the paper at the screen.
That's right.
I thought I almost ducked.
All right.
I thought that was coming at me.
Today starting at 9:30, Pete Hegseth will face the Senate confirmation hearings. Dawn mentioned this. This week is him. It's what's her nuts? Pam Bondi. Pete Hegseth, do you guys? All right, so Jason Miller was on with CNN this morning discussing the Senate confirmation hearings of Pete Hegseth, because then I have a few questions for the two of you. Philip Rowlett.
All right, joining us now, senior advisor to Donald Trump, Jason Miller. Jason, good to have you back on the show. Thanks for being here. Let's start briefly on Pete Hegseth, but I also want to talk to you about the special counsel news and some other things today. For Pete Hegseth's nomination, is there something to hide in the FBI report that Senate Democrats on the committee shouldn't see this report?
Not at all. And in fact, that's why both the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee and the ranking member have had the opportunity to review that file. That is the historical norm for the chairman and the ranking member to take a look at that. I don't know why Democrats want to go and try to change the rules all of a sudden just because it's one of President Trump's nominees. But
didn't
Casey,
the
I would have to
Republican
say,
chairman
I do find
suggest
it rich
he might be okay with it? That's been our reporting. Our reporting has been that Roger Wicker had suggested, hey, it's okay if Democrats see this, but it was the Trump team that doesn't want it out there.
The historical norm is that the chairman and the ranking member have access to that, and that's exactly what we're doing here. We're doing the same thing that we did with Joe Biden. But Casey, I got to say, find it a little bit rich that Democrats are now complaining about the FBI. But I have to say, don't worry, Democrats. In only a couple short weeks, we're going to confirm Kash Patel to be the next director of the FBI. We're going to get the politics completely out of it, and we can have confidence in our law enforcement once again. But today, Pete Hegseth, I think, is going to do very well. Across the street right now, we have dozens of veterans and Gold Star family members and other supporters of Pete's who've been out there since 4 a.m. ready to support him. And when people see Pete Hegseth address this committee and talk about his knowledge of what we have to do to return that warrior spirit back to the Department of Defense, get away from the wokeism and the unpreparedness, Pete Hegseth is really going to impress people today.
All right, so you had questions for us?
Oh, my first question is do you think he will he will get through the confirmation hearings?
I do. I actually, and I believe I said this yesterday, following what we saw with Matt Gaetz, that will be the only individual that doesn't see the end zone, so to speak. I think through confirmations or through recess appointments, I believe there's, 13 notable names that are going through the process in the coming days. I think all 13 will get through by hook or by crook.
Dawn, do you think he'll get through?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
with you.
Really?
I know that, yesterday I had Charlie Strange on, Gold Star Dad. He said there are many Gold Star parents and military veterans. They headed there last night, spent the night. They're there this morning
for support.
To support.
Yep.
Pete Hegseth talking about the fact that they trust him, that he's important. He's an important person to have in the military to change the culture and as well improve the recruitment situation.
And that to me is the bottom line. This guy is somebody that has knocked down doors. This is a guy that will eradicate the rot and the awful left-wing woke culture of our military, right? We have talked about recruiting goals. Every branch of the military, I think it was either for calendar year 2023 or maybe it was calendar year 2024, missed their recruiting goals except for one branch. I forget which branch hit it, but the rest of them did not. So, look, if you have done something illegal, if you've committed a crime, I can understand why somebody would not vote for your confirmation or you don't get through. But to me, moral ineptitude or moral failures of whatever Pete has done or did not do with wives, I'm sorry, you can look down on that, and I get it. Yeah. But to me, it's not a disqualification for you.
Did you see the report that it's just real quick here that about the FBI background briefing on Hegseth's file and maybe all of these 13 nominees going through? I'm not sure about all of them, but as far as the FBI background briefing on Hegseth's file, reportedly the head people, the main people on the committee, they were allowed to see his FBI, the full report of his background check, but they're not distributing those copies to the full committee.
Interesting.
I mean, if I was 70 years old and my daughter was 40 and my daughter came home and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm dating Pete Hegseth," I wouldn't be happy about it. Do I want him dating my daughter? No. Do I want him leading our military? I'm absolutely fine with
the
it.
most important question for
Well,
both
wait a
of
minute.
you.
Wait a minute. What about your wife's parents? Would they have said they wanted, you know what I mean? Would they have wanted?
No, they don't want me at all. They hate me.
Stop.
Especially after I switched parties 8 years ago.
By the way, the most important question, because he had to, and if you guys know this, please be honest and don't answer. But it was disclosed how much money Pete Hegseth makes from Fox News. Did either of you see the amount?
I just know it's more than me.
No. Seriously, did either of you see the amount?
I
Dawn?
did not. No.
Dawn, did you see the amount? Okay. Can you guys guess?
You know I'm going to be way off.
Dawn, I'm going to start for you because I see you Googling. What's your guess on how much money Pete Hegseth made from Fox News?
Can you remind us what role he served? It was Fox and Friends Weekend, correct?
Fox and Friends Weekends, and he had a deal with apparently Fox Books, whatever the hell that is.
Okay.
Yeah, and he did all those special reports.
Special reports, yeah.
And he does, he's a contributor. You see him on other shows.
Okay, Dawn.
I will. So I did start to Google it, but I didn't complete it because I was going to sneak it in.
Because she cheats.
But I didn't look. So I'm going to guess. I'm going to say he had a 3-year deal, and I'll say maybe started at $3 million and went up to, I don't know, $3 million, then 3.2, and then 3.6 million. So I would say, close
$3 million, yeah.
I would say close, like a 3-year deal worth probably $10 million.
Nick.
Well, I'm not sure if you recall this, Gregory, but
80 grand.
But I think it was maybe 6-7 weeks ago when we were talking about this. I said to you, I think I even said to you in your ear while we were on the air with my mic off, I'm like, what do you think he makes on the weekends? Like 200, 300 grand? and your head exploded and you
That's
laughed.
like what he paid in taxes.
Yeah. I'll go lower than Dawn. Fox and Friends weekend. It's him. It's the lady, and it was Will Kane. It's a 3-person show. I'll go. We'll go $2 million.
$4.6 million.
I'm in the wrong line of.
Well, wait a minute. That's so I'm looking at ABC News. He earned $4.6 million in salary in the past 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think it's 4.6 a year.
Is it?
I think so.
Okay. Well, if it's not, then it's 2.3, and I win. By the way, like seriously, like
$4.6 million,
and I
even
get
$2.3 million
I mean,
for a weekend show.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And the fact that with all due respect to Pete Hegseth, who would, A, shoot me in the head, and B, throw me around like an 80-pound dumbbell. I mean, I don't think Pete Hegseth can do what we do for a living, but I think I could do what he does for a living.
Oh boy,
I'm just saying. Just putting that out there.
But good for him, man. Good
for him.
Received his speaking engagement fees were $900,000 for 40 different events over the past 2 years.
That's what I got to go to Washington Township in late October on a Saturday. I told them, I said, hey, with all due respect, NJGOP, there's a big fee for this.
Did you guys see Will Kane? Did you see this?
Yeah, he's taking over for...
Did you say this yesterday? I apologize if you said
No.
it.
I teased it earlier this morning. But, yeah, he's taking over the 4 o'clock slot for
Cavuto left.
Mr. I Can't Hit My Heart Out at 5 o'clock.
I didn't even know... I'll be honest. I didn't even notice Cavuto left. It's a sin.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Wow.
But I'm so glad for Will Kane.
Yeah.
He'll be fantastic.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where we will have our video set up next Monday. So Monday the 20th, we will have our video set up at the NAC. Guess who we're bringing in from the bullpen to help us out on Monday for the video setup? Nick Kayal, Don Stenslin.
Daniel Valdez.
Daniel Valdez will be back helping us because it's an important thing. We want to make sure we get all the camera angles right and all that good stuff. So Daniel Valdez coming out of retirement to help us for the video component for the NAC. So if you're down there, you will be on camera probably. So make sure you wear your best attire.
By the way, the disclosure report shows... So you're right, Greg. I'm surprised. I think that was high, but he earned between $6.3 million and $9 million in income over the past 2 years. That includes all those speaking fees.
Yeah.
But yeah, $4.6 million in salary from Fox. Wow. That's higher than I imagined.
We talked a lot about the wildfires in California in the first hour of the program. If you just got here, where the hell have you been? But we talked about how the pundits and the Democrats, liberals are all blaming either climate change or, hey, you know what? Nothing could have been done. This is just California. This is what happens. Nothing could have been done. This couldn't have been an inept administration, nothing like that. It's just California. The Whoopster discussed this on The View yesterday, and this is what she said.
Here's how this works.
Yeah, tell us.
There was a fire catastrophe in California. Had to do with winds. You know how they always say, oh, the wind. It actually does. The winds move things and sparks move things. And it doesn't matter how much water you have if 900,000 buildings go up at the same time.
She is so dumb. She is so dumb.
Yes.
And the fact that she comes on TV and says this, like it's a matter of fact.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how much water you... Really?
And then she's educating us on what the wind does. Geez, I never knew as a golfer that the wind could move things. Really?
Yeah.
Shocking. Leaves, trees, grass, golf balls, sparks, fire. Really? I'd like to actually have Whoopi and Kamala give us the birds and the bees speech. How babies are made. That would be a riveting exercise from two nitwits.
Here we go. Keep going there. You can keep going there, Phil. Sorry.
Having lived in California, having lost every house save for one that we ever lived in, I take great offense at pointing fingers. You should be pointing fingers about how can we help?
Yeah.
It's too soon to be saying, oh, it's Gavin's fault. It's nobody's fault. It's like us taking seriously that there are, magic lasers in the sky that direct the weather. That doesn't work. It doesn't happen. This is a catastrophe, and this is what's happened. And let's try to figure out how to work towards not having it happen again. But, we don't control Mother Nature. Mother Nature doesn't give a damn what we want. Mother Nature does what she does. And if you're in the way, this is what happens. And California is chock full of people.
She's such an idiot that yes, you can't control what Mother Nature does. However, you can take precautions.
Yes.
And the fact that they were telling everybody on January 1st or January 2nd that, by the way, this is going to be really bad. You guys need to prepare for this.
Yep.
And the local government there did nothing.
Yep.
Karen Bass went to Ghana. They did nothing. That is an inept administration.
Yep. All they want to do is blame Trump, Elon Musk, or climate change. And you're right. Look, wildfires happen. It doesn't matter how much you prepare for them, they will always occur. But if you are prepared for them, if you have full reservoirs, full fire hydrants, if you have dams that are still operational, if you have your mayor actually in her jurisdiction and not in another country for an inauguration, and if you have a governor, I mean, here's all you need to know about California's inept politicians. Gavin Newsom has been saying for 20 years he's going to get rid of the homelessness, right? Look at the homelessness in California. After 2 decades in office, in San Francisco and running the state. Has it changed? The answer is no. So these people continue to fail.
It's actually gotten worse.
And they actually, you're right. And they love to throw out blame. I mean, if somebody farts in the White House, they automatically blame and assume it's Donald Trump. They are the biggest finger pointers alive.
Well, I mean, look at his diet. I would blame
Well,
him.
yeah, that McDonald's flatulence, it's awful. I've had it. Trust me, the nuggets get you every time. Especially that quarter pounder with them damn onions. Watch out for the E. coli. But, it would be one thing if liberals didn't point the finger every single time. If they were like, you know what, it happens. Okay, you're right. Then we shouldn't point fingers. But you lecturing others to say we should not be playing the blame game yet. And by the way, you should be helping. She acts as if people are not helping. People are helping. People are making donations to the Red Cross. There are firefighters out there. There's inmates trying to. It's not like it's just raging on unattended to. Everything she said was BS.
Well, and residents who filed a lawsuit blaming the utility companies and Edison, the one utility company for the wires, those residents who actually live there and lost their homes, who filed the lawsuit, they would beg to disagree.
Let's play that news report that Dawn just mentioned. Phil, this has got 21 on the first lawsuits that have been filed relating to the Los Angeles fires. Roll it, Phil.
In terms of the investigation, now authorities on the record are saying that both fires, both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, are under investigation. But the LA Times is reporting that there's an electrical transmission tower up in Eaton Canyon that is currently cordoned off. It's being investigated as the possible origin of the fire. Now, SoCal Edison has put out a statement. They put out a statement yesterday saying that they have checked all of their electrical equipment in Eaton Canyon and that all of it was working correctly and that it could not be the start of the fire. However, the LA Times reporting that an electrical transmission tower up in Eaton Canyon is currently cordoned off, possibly the start and the origin of that fire. Back to you.
Yeah, I said that in the 635 block today on the show. If you missed it, go back and get it on the app. When the LA Times and the New York Times or any left-wing propaganda arm of the Democrat Party is coming out and saying that it's either a man-made issue, wildfires from a campfire, an electrical, and they're basically saying, no, it's not climate change, and, no, it's not who you typically would point the fingers at. I mean, I typically, that's what, when they go away from what they typically advocate for, in my opinion, it's even more reason to believe they're reporting because they normally have an agenda and a slant. So,
going back to The View here for a second, they rip, you guys mentioned Donald Trump. They rip Donald Trump over the California wildfires. Sunny Hostin, by the way, wasn't her husband was just convicted or was just accused of money laundering or something like that?
Accused of medical fraud.
In a huge case.
Yeah,
right?
He's a doctor, and there's hundreds of millions of dollars in the suit in which he and other practitioners are accused of performing unnecessary medical procedures.
This is just so rich of.
Oh, I love it.
Of hypocrisy, isn't it?
Yeah. Mrs., I've got to read a legal disclaimer every time I say Matt Gaetz' name. Yeah. How's your husband doing? You fraud.
She and her husband have claimed this is a smear by an insurance company.
Yes, a smear. Smear.
Oh, it's actually racist.
Vast right-wing conspiracy.
Right.
But he's accused of committing federal insurance fraud.
Yes. Wow.
Yes.
He goes big, Mr. Hostin. Roll this.
Because he says it was unbelievable. I thought it was fake news. He said that California's woke politics and DEI are the reasons for the fires because Newsom has been tearing down dams because Native Americans, but he called them Indians, wanted some of the river back so they could catch salmon. And Gavin didn't just knock down one dam for the Indians. He knocked them all down. He knocked down 4 of the dams. I'm sorry, this is stolen land, first of all, okay? California is stolen land. Second of all, that's part of what always happens. These dams, there's preservation of the dam. So that was just complete.
She should be in jail just like her husband.
Yeah, and your husband's stealing spleens and cash.
Allegedly.
You know, it's amazing. I saw this headline from Politico yesterday. Gavin Newsom and California Democrats reach a $50 million deal to, quote, Trump-proof the state. They are trying to Trump-proof
while California burns.
While California burns. Yet, here's Gavin Newsom saying, Mr. President-elect, please come to my state and work with me and stop making this political. As I spend $50 million in taxpayer dollars to Trump-proof the state from you, sir. That you talk about rich. That is very rich.
By the way, I'm reading a statement. I looked up the dam story because Trump had mentioned that the other day. October 2nd of 2024, and by the way, there's a grammatical error in the statement from Governor Newsom's office. It says, today, Governor Newsom announced the Klamath River Restoration Project completed the final work to remove the dams from the river. The largest such infrastructure project in American history came in ahead of schedule and on budget.
Nick's like, what's wrong with that?
No, I mean,
but this is the governor's office, and they have
sometimes it's men first, sometimes it's women first, sometimes not at all.
So it should read infrastructure project in American has come ahead, or is ahead, or was ahead. It makes me crazy. But anyway, grammatical error right in the first sentence of their news release.
It's ridiculous.
So he did do that.
Yeah.
Well,
by the way, if some people might be saying, well, what does it mean to Trump-proof the state? The first of its kind agreement would fund litigation against the incoming White House and administration and protect against the potential mass deportation of immigrants. So if I'm Trump, I say, you know what? You want my help? Here's what I'll do. You start deporting the illegals, I'll help you. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. How's that sound?
Actresses Yvette Nicole Brown and Kim Whitley were on with TMZ, and they said that the L.A. fire criticism of Mayor Bass is racist. So the fact that she left her state when she said she wouldn't travel abroad, by the way.
Yeah.
When she left her state 2 days after they held a press conference saying, hey, guys, these fires are going to be really, really bad. You might want to prepare yourself. She left the state.
Yeah.
She went to Africa.
Again, this is why broads shouldn't travel.
Oh, boy.
I'm sorry, you said travel abroad.
Abroad.
Dyslexia.
But these two actresses feel that any criticism of Karen Bass is racist.
Yep.
Roll it.
It's just been a difficult situation. You know, I got a son. He's stressed out. I can't explain to him, so I got to hold it in when I'm with Joshua, you know, because I don't want him to see me upset.
And I saw on Instagram, you know, it's his birthday too, so you guys have been celebrating amidst the evacuations. How has that been, navigating that?
Scary. We went out to Thousand Oaks, and then they told us we had to evacuate, so I had to find a back road to get all the way back to Tarzana to get my dogs. He's in the back seat. He doesn't want to cry, but he's nervous. You know, it's just, you know, you hear about these things happening in the world, but now we see what other people go through.
Sorry, that was not the clip that I wanted.
Okay. Well, whoever that was, the mask. You notice the mask in her hand, talking to a reporter while holding the mask in the hand.
Yes.
While she has a big jug of water, and some toilet paper. Hopefully,
she's
it was
drinking her
two-ply.
water.
Well,
Two-ply.
yeah. By the way, speaking of TMZ and speaking of celebrities, just wanted to mention this story.
Hang on.
Oh, you got it?
She's also been a black woman in America a very long time, so none of this is new to her.
Yeah.
We're mad because we're tired of it.
We're mad
tired
for her.
But we're mad for her, and we're going to stand. Listen, I don't know how you here, but I'm happy you're here. Because somebody needs to say.
To stand, behind her and support her. Because how is she handling it? You can see it in her face. She stays calm. But think about this. She has the city to take care of. She does not have time to hear from these reporters.
She is also not mayor of every municipality in California.
Yes.
There are people that are mad that she didn't fix the fires in Malibu. She's not the mayor of Malibu.
You're right.
What is she supposed to do in the city she's not the mayor of?
People don't understand.
And let me say this too. I could imagine how much it would hurt to see this happening in the city that she loves. That's first. So take away how it feels for people to attack her. She's heartbroken because this is happening in her city, a city that she loves.
Right.
And the people don't understand. They don't understand how large it is because a lot of people are sitting in other parts of the city. They're not in it. They're not in the fire. They're not in the smoke. They don't see. They're not there. They're watching TV. Why? And they want to blame someone. This is not the time to blame. It's time to get some resources. She has reached out far. We have planes coming in from other countries to help us. This is not the time. I need everybody to remain calm, be vigilant, support the leadership, support Karen Bass. That's all I can say. You cannot. This is not the time. Ooh, y'all done got me upset.
She's had a great response so far to the fires.
Absolutely. She has done what she's had to do. She's jumped in there, and she's got.
We have fires every year, and I don't remember in the 30 years almost that I've lived in LA, I've never seen everybody react like this to the mayor and blame one person.
Oh, for God's sake.
Because maybe it's a historic wildfire. It's not your run-of-the-mill wildfire. It's not your Tom, Dick, and Harry of wildfires.
And because there was no water, the firefighters. The way that they forget that the way this whole story evolved was that residents started saying, "Where are the firefighters?" And even when the firefighters showed up, and we showed it on the YouTube last week, where the firefighters had these like canvas bags. It looked like a pocketbook, but it was actually a canvas bag that they were bringing water because the fire hydrants were dry. So the way that this happened, and the media started reporting on it, was based upon the fact that you had residents saying, "Where are the firefighters?" And then when the firefighters even did show up, they pulled out, the hose or whatever, and there was no water.
Yeah.
So that's how the story unfolded.
I love the terminology. Anytime you criticize somebody politically that is not a straight white male, you're attacking them. Hey, look. I got news for everybody out there, not much less those two there. When you're in politics, the first thing you should expect is to be attacked, right? Well, she's off limits because she's a black female. No, she's not off limits because of her race or her gender. She's being criticized because she's been in office since 2022, and the governor is probably even more to blame because he's been in office since 2018.
They cut the firefighter budget. She left the country after this natural disaster was, basically they said, "Hey, this is coming." Of course she's going to get the blame for it.
Yes. And then you stood there. That clip last week that we played where she is in the terminal of the airport being questioned by Sky News and legitimately was asked questions for about 2.5 minutes and didn't speak.
Yeah.
You are the mayor of Los Angeles. You're not the mayor or the township solicitor of Coopersburg, Pennsylvania. I mean, my God, it's the second biggest city in the country. Can you at least show us some semblance of social communication skills? Is that? And then on top of it, she's been very stoic. She's been smiling. Yeah. She's had a smirk on her face for a week.
The Los Angeles DA announced that Jose Carranza Escobar is facing 3 charges of arson. He faces up to 9 years in prison if convicted. This was the LA County DA announcing these charges yesterday. Roll it.
The 4th incident is an arson incident in which Jose Gerardo Escobar has been charged. Do we have that ready? This is an incident that occurred in Azusa. where Mr. Escobar has been charged with 3 different arson charges. He is looking at 9 years in state prison. This is arson that occurred at Pioneer Park in the city of Azusa. It was investigated by the Azusa Police Department, who acted very effectively and very efficiently in apprehending Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, as well, has been not only has been charged, but he is set for arraignment today. So again, with respect to all these charges, as I said before, these charges are not evidence, and they are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But this...
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That individual that the LADA just mentioned, that's the blowtorch guy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know we had conflicting reports yesterday as to whether or not he was actually
let go.
Yeah. Right. So now it appears he is in custody, and they're not going to...
Because ICE moved in and he's facing federal charges.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
And if he was not facing the federal charges, because of sanctuary status, he would have been free.
I believe so.
Just another reason why sanctuary status is a load of hogwash.
Joy Reid last night,
speaking of hogwash,
said that this is actually a plot by billionaire right-wingers to take over California.
Yes.
Oh, to buy up the land or something?
Yes. Because if they take California, they'll win elections until the cows come home.
Oh. Much like when Biden is shipping illegal immigrants into the 7 swing states over the last 4 years because he wants to win elections.
So Joey Reid blames racism.
Yeah, well, why not?
To move into one of their other homes while they wait. It's the middle-class homeowners in places like Altadena, where an historic and stable black neighborhood has been all but wiped off the map and ignored by much of the press, while the vulture capitalists are already circling, hoping to snap up the burned-up properties for pennies on the dollar so they can hedge fund them into yet another batch of billionaire-owned overpriced rentals. But the worst part, other than the fires themselves, has been the lies. Though if there is one thing the billionaire right is, they are consistent. They want California, America's biggest state economy, because if they can take California and retrofit it with their ugly right-wing policies, the way they've ruined Florida and Texas and every other red state, where poverty rates are high and education is warped and non-white immigrants, pregnant women, victimized girls, and LGBTQ folks live in fear, then the fight for permanent control of America is basically over. They can drill and frack California till the fires this past week pale in comparison. They can rip out all the forests and hand over the land to developers, Florida style. They can drive out the brown people and the black and Asian people, or just sink them into the same apartheid they've created in Texas.
Wow.
And they will control enough electoral votes if they control California to never have to worry about another presidential election. The billionaire right knows that they cannot take California, home to Hollywood, San Francisco, and Kendrick Lamar, by culture.
Kendrick Lamar.
So they're looking to try to take it with lies
Performing at
and
halftime
deceit
at the Super Bowl.
and by fire.
Yeah.
And joining me now is Altadena resident
by fire.
Right. Joining me now is a commercial break as I lose more of my viewers. You know, the three things I want to just obliterate here. Number one, how many people have actually left California, social class, be damned, the last 5 years? Well, it is the number one state in which people get a U-Haul, pack up, one-way trip out of California. But to get specific with her billionaires, how many companies and big corporations have left California for Austin, Texas, or Nashville, Tennessee? That's number two. And then number three, here's one thing where she's not completely wrong, but it's not right. It's right and left. Those that are trying to buy up properties and turn them into rentals, that's not just right-wing billionaires. That's left-wing billionaires. That's what's creating a lot of our housing issues, because what have we heard from the WEF, the World Economic Forum? Last time I checked, left-wing, you will own nothing and be happy. That's the only part that she is quasi-correct on, semi-correct on, is the housing thing. Because how do people get ahead in this life? How do they have their nest egg for retirement? Purchasing property. And when homes become unaffordable, you end up being in a rental for the rest of your life, and then you don't have that $300,000 when you try to sell a house 25 years later when your mortgage is paid off. But everything else she said, complete nonsense.
I think it's interesting that she talks about black and brown individuals, that they would be pushed out, because as far as the Latino vote, look at the strength with the Latino vote for Trump. I don't know that argument plays out anymore.
No, and who is the party of the elites these days?
The white,
it's not the Republicans.
White woke people.
Yes, the white coastal elites from the Ivy Leagues.
So,
Dawn reported this this morning, but this is CNN's report on the electrical transmission tower in Eaton Canyon is under investigation as the possible origin of the fire. Again, we're hearing climate change, we're hearing this, that, and the other, and it's unprecedented that these wildfires are happening in January. It's actually not, but don't let a good narrative get in the way of the actual facts. This is cut 13, Phil. Cut 13 if you have it. There you go.
In terms of the investigation, now authorities on the record are saying that both fires, both the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, are under investigation. But the LA Times is reporting that there's an electrical transmission tower up in Eaton Canyon that is currently cordoned off. It's being investigated as the possible origin of the fire. Now, SoCal Edison has put out a statement. They put out a statement yesterday saying that they have checked all of their electrical equipment in Eaton Canyon and that all of it was working correctly and that it could not be the start of the fire. However, the LA Times reporting that an electrical transmission tower up in Eaton Canyon is currently cordoned off, possibly the start and the origin of that fire. Back to you.
So, I mean, I guess now I feel like we've got it narrowed down to one of two culprits. It's either these, electrical entities, or as that LA Times report had mentioned, that one, not tourist destination, but where residents go to look at the ocean and camp out. So it's a
trail, yeah.
Yeah, it's a trail. So either way, it's a man-made development pretty much.
Yeah, and I think the reason I'm playing CNN, the reason you quoted the LA Times this morning, Nick, and the big take is because these aren't right-wing outlets that are saying this. This is quote unquote mainstream media, legacy news, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
saying this.
Yes,
which is the actual opposite of what people like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and all,
and Bernie Sanders,
Whoopi Goldberg, and everybody.
They all want to sit there and point the finger at climate change. But when left-wing propaganda media comes out and says, "No, it's not climate change. It has to do with either electrical or some shenanigans in the woods," I'm going to take that as pretty close to being factually correct.
I'll get back to the political stuff in 1 second. I just wanted to play this clip because Philly Eagles fans, Philly is again in the spotlight for a fan that may have acted a little inappropriately, and when I say may have, definitely acted a little inappropriate to a Green Bay Packers fan at the game on Sunday. I'm sure you saw this, Nick, over the course of the last 24 hours. Crossing Broad and all of that, where all the sports host people were like, "We need to find this guy. We need to find this guy." So they were up in the very upper deck of the link, and apparently he called this Green Bay Packers fan an ugly C word.
Have we censored this?
Of course, okay. Yeah, of course. So I believe he's been identified. Is that correct?
From what I gather, yes, but then I was also told that this was a trolling instigation by the Packer fan to get the Eagle fan to do this with gotcha with the phone.
I get you.
But even if you fall for it, it's still kind of on you. But
the boyfriend of this, or I don't know if the boyfriend, but the person who came with this Packers fan is like a social media Green Bay Packers guy.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So... Okay.
Some sort of troll or basically somebody that you would, if you were his boss, you would yell at him to get off social media.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video of this gentleman. You can read the subtitles, I believe, in case you don't know what he's saying.
Amazing.
All right, yeah, roll it.
After reviewing the play, the runner was short of the goal line.
Oh, she flipped them off, too.
They got one more yard, though. They're close. Okay, well, don't call her. Don't.
Ooh.
Wow. She's an ugly, dumb C word. Uh-huh. Wow. She you know what? Right off the top, she handled that incredibly well, considering those derogatory remarks were made. A lot here. Number one, that is basically the equivalent of the 700 level at the vet right there.
Yeah.
If you're watching, you can almost see the overhang of the stadium. And that's typically where those types of occurrences occur. I'm assuming a lot of Miller Lite was consumed. But you know what? And it's not to excuse it, because it's you should never say that to a female. It's common in these NFL settings that people, after they have 13 Miller Lights, think they're the Incredible Hulk and they get foul mouthed. My issue with this, on top of the obvious of like, dude, don't call her that, is the fact that the media, when these things happen, they always run with it for far much longer because it occurred in Philadelphia versus any other stadium. Cowboy fans, Steeler fans, they're all awful. I mean, out on the West Coast, Raider fans beat somebody in the parking lot to death.
Yeah.
Remember that story 15 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever it is now?
But they love to run with the Philly.
Yes. Yeah, because we booed
degenerates.
Santa.
Yeah.
We had a jail in the vet.
Now, late last night, Eagles Nation put out that the Eagles organization and Big Dom ID'd the vile Eagles fan who berated the visiting Packers fan Sunday. And this guy allegedly has been banned for life from attending games. The team is also sending the woman Packers gear as an apology.
Good. Two things in addition to this. Number one, my sources have told me that Big Dom will actually be joining Tom Homan for mass illegal deportation. No, I'm just kidding on that. And then also, I will say this, and there's a lot of reasons why I don't go to pro sports games anymore. But one of them, and we're going to take the girls probably to a Phillies game in the spring or the summer, and my girls are obsessed with the Eagles now. I mean, every Sunday, is that Jalen Hurts? Is that Saquon Barkley? That's all they care about, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley. Is Travis Kelce playing in this game? That's all. The only three questions they ever ask. But I don't want my daughters to be around, and this is not a shot at all Eagle fans, obviously. 99% of Eagle fans, much like every other group, every race, most people are good people. But I'm probably not going to take my girls to an Eagles game unless I get probably some hookup or some comp in a suite, because it can be rough, and I don't want them to be surrounded by a bunch of.
They're not going to be surrounded
fans.
by that, and the truth is, never in my life, of all the Eagles games we sat in all different spots.
Yeah. You have a.
I
think a bunch of big guys, though. Like, it's different.
True.
It's different.
And plus,
bringing females.
All the
plus we're in
mentees are
Eagles
as big as Big
jersey.
Dom.
Plus, we're in Eagles jerseys, so we're not really a target.
Well, yeah.
But I just think this it's a shame to see, and I don't know why. Like, why this woman in particular? But the guy's just he's a drunk loser. The drunk losers are everywhere. You're more likely on a city street across America to, if you see some drunk loser, they might say something stupid. So I don't know why. I don't know. I just think they're blowing it out of proportion.
Well,
and
of course,
you said,
yes.
of course, because it's Philadelphia.
It's more common at football than it is at the Phillies game or the Sixers game or the Flyers game. Although there was apparently a big brawl at the Flyers game a couple of nights ago.
There was, yeah.
I mean, these two fans were decking each other in the face.
Yep.
It was epic.
But, by the way, the dude who the Eagles quote unquote mascot, the guy who has all the tattoos all over his big stomach.
With the shoulder pads.
Yeah. No. The guy who has all the tattoos. He has Gritty. He has Swoop. He has the Philly Fanatic all on his big gut.
Yes.
Apparently, Apparently, he got into a fight with a fan over the weekend too. And
shocking.
So,
I mean, if you're willing to put Gritty on your chest, odds are you're probably going to get into a fight.
You mentioned Tom Homan. He sat down with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez to discuss the incoming administration, his role as border czar. He had a bunch of questions. Tom Homan, as usual, held nothing back. on if he plans to prosecute public officials who don't help you, meaning governors and state officials who say, that they're going to block this effort to try and deport people.
Like California Trump-proofing the state.
What does Tom Homan have to say to people like that, to elected officials like that? This is cut 9, Phil. Go.
Do you plan to prosecute public officials who don't help you?
What I would say is, sanctuary cities don't want to help us, that's fine. I think it's wrong, but that's fine, because I would think any elected official would want to remove public safety threats from the communities. But there's a line they can't cross. Now, I've heard things saying we're going to put roadblocks up, not allow you in the city. Well, that's a clear violation of federal law. If you don't want to help us, then don't help us. We're going to do it anyways. You're not going to lock us out of your city. We're going to do this job.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you don't want to be a part of the solution, that's fine. You want to keep gaining political points with far left people that believe in the concept of sanctuary cities. Okay, you just cannot obstruct us from doing our job, because at the federal level, we can go into your state and get the job done. I will say this, and I gave you my Trump appointees and my list of who I like the most. Right at the top, Tom Homan and Doge. But, man, I tell you what, Tom Homan doesn't turn down an interview, does he?
No.
Boy, he is out there everywhere. And you know my rule. I eventually get tired of hearing and seeing you, as I'm sure many of you get tired of hearing and seeing me, although the ratings would say otherwise. That being said, I don't want to hear from Tom Homan. In 6 days, I want silence from the Homan camp. I want him just
get
out
stuff
there,
done.
Get it done.
Yep.
Get back to me in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Give me updates. I want to see these numbers coming down. I'm reaching my exhaustion point of media tour.
Well, Mayor Sherrell Parker has said she would meet with him.
That's great. Mm-hmm. Great. Much like Fetterman meeting with Trump. I am totally fine with that.
How about workplace raids? Will there be workplace raids if you're on a job a job site where there's
a lot of be a part of this
illegal immigration or a lot of illegal immigrants? Will they do workplace raids? This has got 10. Phil, go.
By when do you need that money in order for this to be effective?
The sooner we get the money, the more effective we're going to be. But because there's limited money right now, doesn't mean we're not going to start day one. We'll deal with it as we're going to start day one. The president's going to take steps to secure the border day one. We're going to start the national operation day one.
What are some of those steps on day one?
As far as, look, I'm not going to get ahead of the president on this. He's going to be announcing some things on day one. And going to be things you've seen in the past, and there's going to be some new things.
Are we talking about re-implementing Title 42?
I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to get ahead of the president on that.
Should we expect workplace raids?
Yes.
Wow.
I wouldn't call it raid. They're based on investigation.
No,
but why do I say that? Number one reason, where do we find most victims of forced labor? Worksite operations. Mm-hmm. The Biden administration said they're concerned about trafficking, to include forced labor trafficking, but they stopped worksite enforcement operations. 3.5 decades, that's where we find a lot of victims of forced trafficking.
How soon should we expect the ramping up of workplace roundups?
We'll have to see.
Are we talking around Inauguration Day, even on Inauguration Day?
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to forecast what we're doing and what we're doing, but you can count on worksite enforcement coming back.
Hey, wow. Hey, NBC News guy, how about you ask what city and what business Tom Homan's going to be showing up and at what time and on what date so we catch nobody by surprise.
But look at the sparkly when he asked, what about on Inauguration Day? That's a very oddly specific question.
He's like a dog with a T-bone.
Yes, but Homan, his eyes get a little twinkle. He smiles. And so that makes me think,
yeah, he's got a passion for what he does.
No, I think there's more to it. I think there's something that's going to go down.
Yep, he's ready. He's like my dog when I've got the scraps of the strip steak on the plate and he's looking up and the drool's pouring out of his face. That's Tom Homan right now. He's ready to butt heads.
Are you saying on Inauguration Day, Dawn, there's going to be like...
That's what I infer, much like Nick's doggy, who knows that the savory beef is coming.
That's right. Beef.
So I infer from that maybe within, that maybe a 36-hour period of the inauguration or less, we're going to see some of these raids.
I'll go on record and I'll say now there will be a raid. It will be headline news material, and it will occur in the calendar month of January. So we've got the inauguration coming up on the 20th. There's, 31 days in January? within that next 10 to 11 days, it'll happen. And by the way, too, I went to school and I got my bachelor's in criminal justice, and I never wanted to be like a patrol officer. I hated doing juvenile detention work. But, man, if I could have been hired to work with Tom Homan on missions like this, can you imagine that? You're like in an armored truck or a van or maybe unmarked patrol cars, and you know you're going to a destination. You've got the weapons, you've got the zip ties, you've got the cuffs, and you know in about 4 minutes you're going to be pulling up, catching somebody that's not expecting you, and you're going into their place of employment, office, restaurant, wherever it might be, maybe landscaping, and you just bust out of there and say whatever you say and then physically do your job. Oh, man, the anticipation. I'm actually getting a twinkle in my eye.
The YouTube audience, the most astute audience in radio.
What? What did they say? What did they catch?
Tracy.
What did Tracy say?
Hysterical.
What is she saying?
Tom Homan.
Tracy, get over here.
On birthright citizenship. That's a big talking point these days, right?
Yeah. Well, what isn't?
Cut 11.
Should birthright citizenship come to an end? I'll leave that up to the president to make that decision. But what's your opinion? Do you think it should? I'll say this. Birthright citizenship is a major driver of illegal immigration. And that's what the whole controversy is about right now, right? If you come in the country legally, which is a crime, you get ordered, you lose your hearing, the federal judge says you must go home, or you don't show up in court and you get what they call an order in absentia, order removed, and have a U.S. citizen child. People think they should be immune. The law means nothing to you now because you knew you're in the country legally. You chose to have an illegal alien. You chose to have a U.S. citizen child, knowing you're in the country legally, knowing you're ordered deported, and you went and made that decision. That's on you.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, that's
man.
on you. Yep. I don't want to hear about feelings. You should have thought before you did the Humpty Dumpty.
Man,
that's on you.
The Humpty Dumpty.
And of all the transitions that are going to be happening. Yeah, I'll explain it during the break.
Thank you.
Of all the things that we're going to see with those in a position now leaving and somebody coming in, right? Merrick Garland out, Pam Bondi in, Department of Transportation, Mayor Pete out, new person coming in. Is there anything more refreshing? And I know technically he's not taking Alejandro Mayorkas's position, but Alejandro Mayorkas is most noticeable and recognizable because of the border crisis. We're going to go from that stooge who is like when he talks and you look at that bald, pale head of his and his lifeless presentation. We're going to go from that guy who almost has a disdain for doing the job to a guy like that who's legitimately salivating and, dare I say, even borderline horny about doing his job.
Wow.
I can't wait for Tom Homan. This is going to be great. It's going to be great. The number one issue in this country in some polls in October was immigration, slightly ahead of the economy. And that right there is the face to your issue. Right there's the solution. That alpha male.
I have more, but maybe we should do a quick break and come back and do more on the other side. What do you think, Kayal?
I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
I have, by the way, Peter Ducey and KJP, they kissed and made up.
Oh, so you're saying it's all a theatrical performance?
Yeah. Remember when reporters used to be
bulldogs?
Interesting.
Represented the people. Although the Deuce Man does a good job. He fires fastballs.
But if you're just gonna like sit there and say, "Oh, you've been a great opponent,"
it's like a football game, right? For 60 minutes, you try to wipe the other person out, and then at the end of the game, nice job.
We still have more from Tom Homan. Also, work from home mandates, racist, and they hurt women.
And they hurt women.
Yep. We have all of that coming up.
All right. 8:40 as we continue. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding, how much I just love my patio doors and all the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman family team. So right now, until the end of January, listen to this. You get 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door, a new front entry door. can really change the look of your home. If you have an upcoming event, a graduation, something special, a special party, right? You want to make sure that you take advantage of this incredible promotion before it's too late. And who wouldn't want a gorgeous new front door in all of your photos? It's like a makeover for your home. Chapman Windows Doors and Siding, they carry a range of top brands to choose from, including the one I have, which is Provia. They're going to work with you to pick the perfect door for you and your home. You can visit their showroom in Westchester, or they can come to your home. First, you can take a virtual tour online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. So whether you are somebody, you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, give them a call. You can text. They're listening right now. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There is a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-234-7799. 800-234-7799. Again, that's 800-234-7799.
Don't wait, apply today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-784-4538. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-784-4538. 800-784-4538. 800-784-4538.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked.
suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 8:47 as we roll on live on a Tuesday morning. Still ahead, all of the typical elements that you love in the 9 o'clock hour. Morning mystery movie clip today in music history. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? I still have 2 other stories that we will get to post cut sheet, including Carrie Underwood set to perform at Donald Trump's inauguration. And also, I want to get to this story from The Independent. Dozens of Congress members that outperformed the stock market in 2024.
I'm dying for this story.
Who gained the most and why? And how did they do it?
Coming up soon?
Yes, it's coming up soon.
All right.
As we continue.
Let's continue with Tom Homan. I have one more clip here. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He did an interview. He did a sit-down interview. Nick said that this is the end of the sit-down interviews. He wants stuff done.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like Travis Kelce or Jason Kelce in my world.
I disagree with you. I think this is important.
It is.
That he speaks out. And because the reason is that people are going to hear this. Employers are hearing this and thinking, ruh-roh, there's a raid that's coming within less than a week.
And the illegals.
And yes, those criminal elements who have time to get out or hide or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I think it's important.
Yeah, I'm being a little tongue-in-cheek with the exhaustion. I do love Tom Homan. But yeah, no, you're right. There is, I do believe, a methodology to this. And it's advertisement, right? You're advertising what you intend to do. And if that reduces what he has to do by even 1%, right?
Mm-hmm. He's Trump's front man.
He's got a good start.
Saying, I'm not going to speak for the president. He's going to make these big announcements. You know what I mean? He's a front man.
Mm-hmm.
Should Trump-supporting farmers be worried that their workforce is going to leave? Roll it.
What would you say to potentially Trump supporters, Trump voters, farmers, ranchers who employ undocumented immigrants as part of their industry? Should they be worried that their workforce is going to leave?
I would tell you, wait and see what we do with worksite enforcement before you make that judgment. There's a legal way to bring in agricultural workers in this country. If it needs to be expanded, if the Department of Labor can say that we don't have the workforce to do it, then it's up to Congress to make a fix. But right now, we're going to force the law as is.
Will mass deportation hurt the economy?
I think mass deportation and results of mass deportation are more important to this country than anything. I don't put a price on Laken Riley's life. I don't put a price on all these young women who have been raped and murdered. I don't put a price on our national security. What price do you put on national security? So I think the national security of this nation, we can't afford another 9/11. We can't keep affording American citizens dying at the hands of illegal aliens.
It's a great point that he makes at the end, and it's a question that every one of us should be asked, and all of our answers are probably different. How much do you value your safety and your security? If somebody would proposition you and say, what dollar tag would you put on your own bank account from tax dollars to ensure that your daughter doesn't end up the next Laken Riley? I think we would all say you can't even put a dollar amount on that. Now, as far as what the farmers are going to have to deal with, I would think common sense says, okay, if you lose workers or you have some shortages and you have to raise the compensation for people to do the job, maybe it gets offset with the reduction in your energy costs and your energy prices. If Trump's able to bring energy down like he claims he will be able to, then that should offset any rise in wages that you might have to bump to get people to do jobs, a lot of times people just don't want to do that because it is a grind. I mean, my God, especially he's talking farming here specifically, but landscape. Has anybody ever had to landscape when they've been out of work or during the pandemic right now or whatever? I'm like, okay. And I thought I did a decent job, but man, in Tennessee for 12-hour days, you start at 7 a.m. and you're not done till 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. And I know I'm speaking to people out there that do labor for a living, so it's not like I'm saying any groundbreaking stuff here. I don't know how the men who do hardscaping do it. Landscaping's one thing, mulch, weed whacking, grass. Hardscapers out there, you have my utmost respect.
We deserve to be conquered, by the way.
I deserve to be stuffed in a trash can.
With the weak males we have.
I know.
And I'm speaking for myself, too.
Trust me, if you were to rank people to do landscaping on this show, Dawn would be the first pick, not Greg or I.
I love it. First of all, it's a great workout.
Well,
I have a chainsaw. I have all the equipment. I love it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a great workout, and it feels good to get things done yourself.
Oh, yes.
It really supersized for me during the pandemic because you couldn't find anybody.
I love doing my own yard.
No, I found people.
You did?
Of course.
My guys all went to Florida.
Yeah, no, I found people.
Yeah, that's why you tip them big time at Christmas.
Absolutely,
so
absolutely.
No, I love doing weed whacking. I like mulching. I like cutting the grass. I love the smell of grass when you're cutting it. I love the whole process. I just hated doing it for a job doing 8 properties a day.
By the way, the Newtown Athletic Club is asking me right now about how many people that they should prepare for breakfast.
100 million.
And I just said I have no idea. I have no idea. If, we can't, it's a free event, so anybody can show up.
Why don't you set up, can people even on the chat, or can people just, I don't know, just to get a rough count, just say if they're, it's not you don't have to,
Why don't you
just to get a rough guesstimate, can you say if you're 80% sure you're going to be there, just let us know.
Or email Stalker at some point today.
Yeah, please don't email
RSVP to GregStalkerSucks.com.
I get so many emails a day.
Good.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I know our people show up, and I know they show up early, so that's what I said to them. I don't know.
Put it this way: we
have enough omelets for everybody.
We filled up the FOP lodge.
What was that? 100? I would say a minimum of 150 people are going to be there at 6 a.m. A minimum. That's my guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I said that if there was enough people, I would crowd surf off of the stage. So
you're going to be like Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura when he goes into that big mosh pit right off the stage, huh? I hope they catch you.
Joe Biden yesterday gave a press conference, I guess. Gave a speech. Speaking of illegal immigration, he said when he became president, the numbers of illegal border crossing came way down.
Oh, is that right? I must have misread the numbers. I must be looking at the wrong graphs.
Play Joe.
Look, let's get something in mind about the border. Yeah. When I became president, the numbers came way down, number one. Number two, we had a circumstance where I pushed very hard for a bipartisan agreement to put more people on the border, more Secret Service agents. And guess what? He's on the phone saying, don't do it, make me look bad.
This is the same guy that said that if Kamala Harris would have run for president, she would have beat Donald Trump, right? This is the same guy that said that? If I recall, I'm actually searching on Twitter now. I think it might have been N-Wokeness that had the graph. And I've used it in big takes in the past. You compare the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and the Biden administration, and you look at the graph and the chart, and we've thrown it up in big takes or in segments on the show on YouTube. I mean, it looks like a blood pressure spike. It's like low, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, and then it goes right up, and then it kind of comes down a little bit, and then right up again. I don't even know we have a true number. I've heard anywhere from 10 to 15. Some people even speculate with the numbers that they're not even aware of that it could be closer to 20 million.
You look at, and actually Trump and Obama's numbers were actually relatively similar. Don't completely quote me on this, but they're in the same ballpark. And then comes along 2021, and it's just, stampede of the bulls, running of the bulls.
He also said that his administration is leaving the next administration with a very strong hand to play.
Strong hand to play. Okay.
My administration is leaving the next administration with a very strong hand to play. And we're leaving them in America with more friends and stronger alliances, whose adversaries are weaker and under pressure. An America that once again is leading, uniting countries, setting the agenda, bringing others together behind our plans and visions. An America which is no longer at war, which has made historic investments in American workers, American energies, American factories, generating the strongest economy in the world, which is now in a much better position to win the future against any competitor. These wins are not partisan. They're American. They benefit all Americans and reflect America's endless capacity for leadership and reinvention.
Yeah, I have no idea what he said. But I wanted to show this. Phil, I don't know do we have a Zoom feature on me? And I guess it's probably not going to look right now because my phone has got like a glare to it. I just texted all of us in the group. I'll put out the tweet of the graph during the break. U.S. immigration by status, net immigration. And they track it from 2001 to 2024. You look at the last four administrations. G.W. Bush, net total immigration in his time, 9.8 million people. Obama, 7.9 million. Now, keep in mind, those are 8 years because they both served 2 terms. So let's round up. Bush had 10 million. Obama had 8 million. Trump in one term had 3 million, and Biden had 10.4 million. And he hasn't even wrapped up his first term yet.
Well, with Biden, though, keep in mind, I was trying to find, was that June when because it was, right, he knew that his numbers were dropping in popularity. Was it June that he got tough and then we saw the lowest in his administration?
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was at some point in June.
Yeah, there was some sort of act or legislation. It was like the last second Hail Mary to say, hey, look, we got a hold of this.
Well, because remember, they knew that they had the earliest ever presidential debate in June.
That's right.
So remember, they wanted to do it ahead of then, obviously.
June
and then
27th.
The question was like, why now? Why didn't you do this before if you had all of these problems?
Yep.
I guess
there it is. Now, great job, Phil. I didn't even ask you to put it up. If you're on YouTube, you can look at the chart. Leave it up there for a minute or two if people want to rush over to YouTube and look at it as we continue here. You'll see the disparity in numbers.
I guess yesterday was the last press briefing with KJP.
I mean, where does that binder actually go?
Oh, she'll get a TV gig.
No. I mean, her physical binder.
Do
they put that like in a historical museum?
I don't know.
I mean, that's an artifact.
It is. And she had some kind last words, or actually, Ducey had some kind last words for her.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it.
If I don't see you again. In the briefing. Thank you for always. You could have stopped taking the hard questions years ago, and you didn't. So we appreciate that.
Over 2 years, my friend. This is let's say one last dance, right? I don't know how I'm going to fill my dance card now. How will I fill that void without you?
You tell me. You tell me.
Start some rumors in here, I guess.
He's getting red too. Look at
him.
God, this is nauseating.
It's all over.
Yes.
Between next Monday and 2028.
2028?
Who's the leader of the Democratic Party?
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
One last fast.
That is, honestly, for people much smarter than I to make that assessment, that decision.
That's true. Which is everybody.
Obviously, Voters will decide. That is not something for me to decide. I could say right now, in this moment, in this room, as I'm looking at the clock as it's counting down, because we have to leave shortly, you have the President Joe Biden, who is obviously the president and the leader of the Democratic Party. I do not have I cannot predict the future, so that is not something that I'm going to do from here.
She can't predict the future. She can't talk about the present. She has no clue about the past. Everything is white supremacy or climate change. And then when she doesn't want to say that,
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
But you know what? We're never going to hear this again.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
No, because there is no tomorrow. This is the last dance for the binder. This is like Jordan and Pippen when they wrapped up that 6-peat with the Bulls. Remember the documentary, The Last Dance? No more go-arounds.
Who's the new press secretary?
Are you talking about Caroline Leavitt?
Caroline
Oh,
Leavitt,
yes.
yes.
Caroline Leavitt,
Yes.
okay. So who's going to be her
nemesis? Jim Acosta.
No, Jim Acosta has his own.
No, he has his own
They
gig.
took him off
He's
the
not
trail.
giving that up.
Caitlin Collins.
Caitlin Collins.
Yeah, the
she's
Collins.
She's going to be at the press briefings?
Well, remember, she got that. She's now, once again, not only doing the 9 o'clock show, she's the chief correspondent again for the administration.
Wow.
Because all she did, and if you follow Caitlin Collins, and I follow some of the left-wing media as well to see what they tweet about, Caitlin Collins' timeline, everything is Trump. But there's never, and I don't even, and I've, honest to God, I've never watched her show. I only see the clips that you see on the cut sheet.
Yeah.
Does she ever have like an entertainment segment? Does she ever do anything other than the straight-faced Trump media coverage? It's amazing with all of these shows out there, the ones that get good ratings and the ones that are awful. You ever notice the ones that get good ratings have a nice variety? They can laugh a little bit, have some fun, do some other things other than just hammering the opposing president for 60 straight minutes. Note for all of you aspiring hosts out there. Add more than one pitch to your repertoire.
On the transition that's going to happen on January 20th, where we will be broadcasting live from the Newtown Athletic Club. So please make sure you're out there to join us all day long, starting at 6 a.m., going until 3 p.m. after the Dom Giordano show. Melania Trump was interviewed yesterday by Ainsley Earhart. And apparently the transition team has 5 hours to move the Bidens out and the Trumps in.
That's right.
Wow.
Got to have a lot of movers on standby.
Man,
Yep.
I wouldn't want to be that. That's a job and a half, isn't
I know.
it?
I told my buddies when we moved into the townhouse this past July, so you got 5 hours.
Roll it.
The difference is I know where I will be going. I know the rooms where we will be living. I know the process. The first time was challenging. We didn't have much of the information. The information was upheld for us from previous administration. But this time I have everything. I have the plans. I could move in. I already packed. I already selected the furniture that needs to go in. So it's very different transition this time, second time around.
Will you decorate it exactly like it was before, or are you making changes?
A little bit of changes, not much.
How have the Bidens been? Have they been accommodating, and are they still living there?
They're still living there, and they will be out on January 20. So what happened is on January 20, the transition team has only 5 hours to move Biden's out and to move us in. So everything needs to be planned to the minute.
Jill did not Febreze the rugs.
And they had the doggies, and the doggies poo-pooed all over the rug.
There was German Shepherd hair everywhere.
Or maybe it was Biden. We're not sure.
Clean up the cocaine.
Oh, my God.
You know, I would actually love, and I know we never get this kind of access, but it would be pretty cool, especially considering, Trump is he is a reality television type guy. I would love to have some sort of production. And by the way, the guys that provided the garbage truck for Trump's stunt are apparently still working with him moving forward. So why not have a behind-the-scenes, move-in, all-access, 30-minute special where, you have, Ainsley Earhart narrating it, and you can see them, what goes into this room, what the bathroom looks like, whether or not Melania uses Crest or Colgate.
In truth, Nick, I think part of this is that it's a security issue.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why
they don't protect roofs when Trump's in Butler, so why not see it? Why not get access to the bathroom? What the hell?
24 minutes, Pete Hegseth,
That's
by
right.
the way.
Yep, 9:30.
Yesterday during the press briefing, the NSA's Jake Sullivan actually came out to take some questions too, and April Ryan asked about AI. And she asked if AI misidentifying people of color is a national security concern.
Can artificial robots be racist?
Well, the problem is yes, Donna, and I know what you're going to say. The problem is that these AI things kind of show, don't show people of color, right? Is that the issue?
They don't read it as well.
Yeah.
And there are more mistakes.
Mistakes.
The more the darker your skin, the darker your skin and hair and eyes, the more mistakes they have.
So robots are like dogs; they're colorblind.
Well, yeah, and it's probably a lighting issue, I guess.
Okay.
So yeah. I'm being very serious about it, but it has been proven to be a real problem.
Well, I'll be unserious about it. I think what the left should do, if they suspect AI and accusations of racism, track down who is the creator of said AI project, and then because just like with these smart searches, there's always some sort of bias that feeds into the machine, right? That's how you track it down.
All right, let's play this.
You're saying that it's a huge national security issue. Is there a concern about how it does not, AI is, on the national security front, is not accurately depicting or scanning people of color? Because we are understanding civil rights groups are very upset about that, how it's misidentifying. Is that a concern with national security as well?
Yes, it is, of course. It's if you think about the series of concerns that are raised by the advent of artificial intelligence, they range across economic, military, and social risks. One of those is bias. And there have been a lot of studies to show that bias is a genuine challenge when it comes to artificial intelligence and the ways in which that could undermine social cohesion in the United States and globally. Has national security and terrorism has national security implication.
Yes. When we talk about national security, we've got things flying up in the sky that nobody can talk about. We've got guys driving, Teslas into hotel valet drop-offs and detonating bombs. We've got terror attacks in New Orleans. So when we talk about national security, we have got to do a much better job on many different fronts. The least of which, I'll repeat it, the least of which is whether or not artificial intelligence is accurately processing skin pigmentation. If I was Jake Sullivan, I'd be like, is that a serious question? Where are you from? What outlet do you work for?
I just don't. Okay, physically, I'm simply saying, honest to God, it's a lighting issue or a lens issue. In other words, if you think about the different types of technology that can have night vision or can identify somebody's face even though it's under a shadow, under a hat. And so the darker your skin, in other words, if it's backlit, if you're a super light-skinned person, they can still make out the definition of your features.
So by your theory, then, it would
it's
struggle
a lens
with me.
issue.
Like in the winter, I don't have a great tan because I'm not golfing. So the AI would have more of an issue with me in August versus January because I have a tan in the summer. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going. I have my dark shiny hair was always the bane of the existence of everybody in lighting, and they always in television. So everybody always wanted to light my hair, do highlights. Why? Because of the camera lens.
So in television, they preferred that you were blonde as opposed to
blonde and white is way easier to light, and so or was for them, right? And so it's actually annoying when I see somebody who has dark hair or dark skin and they don't know how to light them. It's like, come on, people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that difficult, but it's an issue. In my humble opinion, this is a physical lens issue. And because AI is a computer, it's a programmed computer. It's not. I don't know. I just think it's a physical lens issue.
Yeah, Al Sharpton was consuming that presser and that question. He's like, all right, so the grift is drying up with humans and racism. Maybe I pivot to artificial intelligence racism. That'll extend my career and get me another mansion.
Are we still doing return to office mandates? Like it's
Yes.
it's 5 years after
Yes.
this freaking pandemic, and we're still telling people to come back to the office.
Yeah, that's right.
Get up, Harry. Can you play cut 8, Phil? This is there's really no need for a setup for this. This is from TikTok.
I just need everyone to realize this. Return to office mandates hurt women, underrepresented groups, those with disabilities, and caregivers the most. So who is it actually for?
The Office, can you put that, put the screen grab up there? She's quoting a Washington Post article from November of 2024 that said diversity will suffer with 5-day office mandates, research suggests. Diversity.
Why would diversity suffer if that means more females have to go from remote work to back home to working in the office? Wouldn't that balance out the diversity of male and female?
No, the issue for women, I don't know what they're talking. The issue for women is that it's impossible to find childcare.
Oh, yeah.
And it's expensive
Oh,
if you
it's
do,
awful.
and daycare.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of problems. And so, look, there are a lot of people who are highly efficient at working from home, and they have their little ones, and maybe they have somebody who's a helper, but they're not really comfortable with leaving their baby with that person, full time.
Yep.
To me, I think in the private sector, it's really up to, I think, the private company and where they're at. That's my opinion. But the way to handle this is to say, hey, for all of you, whether you're in the public or private sector, and you've been working in person, you've been coming in, that means you've been spending more time commuting. You've been spending more money on whatever, parking expenses, blah, 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 gas. So you get a bonus. Yeah. And you're going to get a bonus for every year that you've been coming in, right? And just incentivize people. Do it the opposite way, as to say, well, if you work from home, then you're not eligible for a raise. Yeah. You're not eligible for the bonus that, because somebody should be your colleagues have been coming in, they should be, rewarded.
Yeah. I mean, the child care costs are just astronomical. I mean, my sister probably is probably considered to be in the 1% financial. I mean, she's an HR exec, she makes stupid money. She shouldn't be making that, by the way. She's overpaid, in my opinion.
Oh, boy.
That said,
she's invaluable.
She is the cornerstone of the company. She complains about the child care costs. It's almost like $1,700 a month, and she's only got technically 1.5 because one is now in kindergarten and is only there for like 2 or 3 hours after school. But here's the other thing. Now, I'm just gonna make an assumption here. Washington Post, the eyeglasses, TikTok,
here we go.
Probably childless cat lady, right? I think we can assume that. JD Vance, I'll channel my inner VP. But even if she's not, well, here's the thing. Are you married? Do you have a spouse? Do you have a second income? Right? Like, I mean,
your sister Erin, the HR person, would say you're not allowed to ask those questions.
I know. True. My sister would actually fire me within a week.
As what she should.
And she probably would enjoy it.
Yeah. You're like, I'm going to be the big star of the family. I'm going to get into radio.
Yeah. My parents are looking down saying, man, we always knew Aaron was the sharper tool in the shed. But this whole thing is, we created this excuse-making pattern of not going back to work, right? Childcare, I get it, it's expensive, and it's probably more expensive. Everything's more expensive. Daycare is not a new concept, right? Like this with technology comes convenience, and people got so comfortable not have. And I say this all the time. When I was doing the satellite show from home, it was cool for like 2 weeks. And then I was like, man, I got to get back out into society. My wife has been working remotely for about 2.5 years now for a financial company.
So is mine.
And I'm like, don't you ever you're literally at your computer desk all day.
My wife loves it.
I mean, she likes it from the fact that she can get some other things done and be there when the kids get home. But I mean, she's like, my back hurts and my wrist and this. And she's like, is it cold out? I'm like, yes, it's cold out. If you went outside, you would have actually known that, right?
Amazon, Citigroup, UPS, and Walmart are among those ordering most or all employees back to the office full time. But remember, we learned that, was it the CDC? Remember, we learned that we didn't even realize that all of these government employees, pensions and all that good stuff, they've all been working hybrid or remote.
Yeah. And it's good for your mental health, being in your house all day, presumably by yourself. not necessarily the greatest thing for your mental health. And on top of it, from the employer perspective, I mean, I want to make sure if I'm a boss, if I'm a CEO, if I own the company, I want to make sure that what I'm paying you, I'm getting the return on my investment in you. I know with my wife, she has metrics that she has to hit every day. They're called activity metrics. It's, this amount of emails, this amount of calls, this amount of revenue generation, this amount of cancellation. And, and they can track it. They can track your mouse movement.
Yep.
And then you have those weasels out there. And my wife never does this, but I know people have done this where like they go out for lunch and they take their laptop that they're working from on with them and they just kind of navigate the mouse.
So they don't have a GPS that shows where.
I just can't believe we're still like if you do remote work and that's part of your I'm fine with that. You whatever makes you happy, I'm fine with.
What about government?
But well, I mean, I don't know if you need to if you need to be there, then you should be there.
And if you're the business owner, two things.
I just can't believe we're still doing this 5 years later, like a return to work mandate.
If your productivity does not drop and you hit your quotas and your goals, and I can reduce overhead by not paying rent, it's a win-win. But you have to do your job. If not, you get your butt back in.
Well, we got to get our butt to break.
That's right. And I got to use the little boys' room. 855-839-1210. We'll continue. We'll get to a big three. And also, we've got to get to the Carrie Underwood story, as well as
she's being roasted by her fans.
And you knew it would happen.
Oh, my God.
But good for her. We'll talk about it, as well as who made out in the stock market.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the story.
Wonder how much money Nancy Pelosi made. Stay right there. We're back after this.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, 924, live on a Tuesday. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show? Maybe a little bit more of the cut sheet as well. A couple of interesting stories to get to as we wind things down here on this Tuesday. Carrie Underwood set to perform at Donald Trump's inauguration. Big news yesterday, TMZ with the scoop as they reported around 2:45 yesterday that Carrie Underwood spoke out after being chosen to perform at the inauguration coming up this Monday, saying, quote, "I love our country and I'm honored to have been asked to sing at the inauguration and be a small part of this historic event. I am humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future," said the American Idol winner. She will be singing America the Beautiful. And, of course, you know, a lot of people on the left having big meltdowns. Many comments flooding social media, including performing the Orange Buffoon's inauguration. Guess we know where you stand. Will you be performing Before He Cheats? Another Carrie Underwood song. So disappointed that you care but you completely lost a fan. Don't ever call yourself an LGBTQ ally again. You're supporting the man that wants to abolish their rights. You should be ashamed. And you know what's amazing about this? The only thing that would have been better is if Taylor Swift came out and said she was going to perform at Trump's inauguration. And having lived in Nashville, Carrie Underwood, like everybody, lives in Nashville. She married the former captain of the Nashville Predators, Mike Fisher, and he's a big conservative, big Trump supporter, but she's never really put herself out there. But by the way, whether you're angry about this or you're like, yeah, welcome to the MAGA party, this in no way guarantees that she is of the same political party as Donald Trump. Maybe, just maybe, she's like, yeah, it's a great honor. Politics be damned. I'm guessing that she could very well be a Republican, but I have no idea of knowing one way or the other or not, and it really shouldn't matter. I wanted to read this tweet. This was from John Rich from Big and Rich, and he tweeted, there are several top-tier country artists who support Trump, and I wish they would finally have the balls to come forward and be counted. Ain't nothing outlaw about keeping your mouth shut to appease record labels. Carrie Underwood is making you, and he's talking about other male country artists, look like a bunch of sissy boys. And, you know, I was thinking about this last night. I mean, imagine having the belief that, you know, you can come out as an American and say, I stand for Gaza and I support Palestine. And that should be the accepted viewpoint on the conflict in the Middle East. And that not be controversial or stupid, yet coming out to perform for Donald Trump on Inauguration Day is somehow worthy of boycott, cancellation. And look, you boycott whatever you want. You know, Republicans boycotted Kohl's and Target, right? They boycotted Bud Light. So I have no problem if you want to boycott Carrie Underwood. I don't consider it cancel culture. I've always thought cancel culture is when you go after somebody's speech who's the everyday person. I have no problem if you want to go after the Hollywood elites on either side or the corporations. That's fine by me. Hit them where it hurts, in their pocket, in their wallets. But I think this is great. And I have no idea, again, whether or not Carrie Underwood supports Donald Trump or not. But the fact is, it shouldn't matter. And I think this is the inflection point, Dawn. We've talked about it. Trump won the popular vote. He's more popular a third time around than he was the second time around or the first time around. And you're seeing more and more people that are like, yeah, I have no problem. I'm coming out of the closet. If you don't like it, and let's face it, Carrie Underwood's made her money. This is not going to impact her bottom line.
No.
And her way of living.
By the way, she said that she's honored. She loves our country. She says, I'm humbled to answer the call at a time when we must all come together in the spirit of unity and looking to the future. What a beautiful statement.
Yeah. And this is not the first time that this has happened. Barbara Streisand sang God Bless America at Bill Clinton's inauguration in 93.
Shocking.
But that was okay.
Yep. Aretha Franklin belted out My Country 'Tis of Thee at Obama's ceremony in 09. And Ray Charles sang America the Beautiful at Reagan's inauguration gala the second time he was sworn in. So there's your Carrie Underwood update. I would argue probably the second biggest act in music from a female perspective behind only Taylor Swift.
I wonder if they called Ray Charles like an Uncle Tom or something for doing the Reagan thing.
I think Al Sharpton probably did.
You know what I mean? Like 1984 is a very different time. And at that time, especially by liberals, I mean, Reagan wasn't popular amongst liberals. But do you think anybody was just like, I'm boycotting Ray Charles' music because of what he did? I don't think they did.
So you say no?
No.
Interesting.
No, I don't. No. I think that it was just, he did it. He was the president of the United States. It's an honor to do it, no matter who the president is, no matter if you support them or not, and you do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like some things are bigger than us, and that's one of them.
All right, there you go. Also joining Carrie Underwood will be Kid Rock and the Village People. So we've checked off all the boxes.
Lee Greenwood and opera singer Christopher Macchio.
Yes. When have the Village People become like a cool thing?
When Trump made YMCA Shimmy back
Macho Man.
That's right. All right, we'll come back. Big three from Dawn, and then when you look at Democrats and Republicans in Congress that just seem to know more about the stock market than you, how big of a gain raises some red flags.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody gain 142% year over year?
Boy, you've been teasing this for 3 hours.
Oh, it's going to be glorious. We'll pay it off right after the big three. Stay right there.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Each one of their 16,000 pieces is meticulously cared for and inspected before being displayed. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
.36, Kayal and Company. It is a Tuesday morning. Chilly out there. If you trust the Kayal and Company YouTube temperature gauge, 26.1 degrees Fahrenheit. It's gotten colder since we started the show. I sworn Dawn said it was like 28 or 29 3 hours ago. Oh, well. Today in music history on the way, as well as who cashed in on Capitol Hill, to the tune of which probably none of you did. So we'll give you those details coming up. This is unbelievable. I'm going to start asking these people for picks on the NFL playoffs. They can't seem to miss. All right, without further ado, let's get caught up in the world of news and maybe some other stories out there. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big Three at 9:37.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one from Fox News, multi-million-dollar earning individual to the hot seat. So Pete Hegseth is, Greg revealed earlier his Fox salary, which we're still roiling over here,
$4.5 million
for a weekend
for
gig.
a weekend show.
Dang.
And Fox Books.
But you know what? He said I could probably make more working on Capitol Hill and doing insider trading, so I'm out.
Well, not yet.
Yeah.
But he's got to get the gig, so he's in the hot seat, took the hot seat, opening statements, that sort of thing, as he's first up. And he is now being dubbed by the so-called mainstream media as the most controversial of the Trump picks, Secretary of Defense.
Until the next one.
Right. Until the next one.
And then
Right.
the next one, and then the next one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Until his head ends up on a wall somewhere. And then it'll be Bobby's turn.
Yep.
And then Tulsi's turn.
Yep.
Amen.
Down the list.
The bottom line on this is that, I'll have the audio. Dan Borowski has the audio. So we'll have it moving through the day and give you the highlights, the lowlights, et cetera. But we're rolling on all of it. You're not going to miss a thing. It's just the boring, perfunctory crud that's happening right now.
Mr. Wicker is the chairman, Roger Wicker from Mississippi, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
From the Senate Armed Services Committee chairman, and he's bloviating right now.
Yeah, he's bloviating. Then Pete's going to give part of his opening statement was leaked, so he's going to say things like, "You need somebody who with dust on their boots." In other words, somebody who's done the job, has the respect of the rank and file, etc. So we've got that one going on. A follow-up, and this is important in Philadelphia, even though it deals with Starbucks. This all began, this new Starbucks policy, well, it's a reversal. And Greg Stocker, you remember when this story broke in Philadelphia in 2018. We were on afternoons at that. So remember in Philadelphia, that little incident that made national news.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when a manager who, by the way, ended up winning a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, she was following the company policy in Philadelphia when two guys came in, or one guy came in, then the second guy came in, and they weren't customers, wanted to use the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And so the manager got fired after she told them the policy to say, you have to be a customer.
Yeah.
The bathroom code is on your receipts, and you got to be a customer to use our restroom.
Mm-hmm.
She was fired.
Yep.
Made national news. Oh, she was a white woman, so she was racist, yada, yada, yada. All these years later, that was 2018. Well, now, guess what, Starbucks? They have reversed it back to the original policy.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Well, I'll be damned.
So it's their new code of conduct, which goes back to the old code of conduct, which was posted by all the company-owned North American and Starbucks stores.
Mm-hmm.
And they say they're also banning discrimination or harassment,
Oh, here we go.
blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line here is that all employees are trained to prioritize paying customers.
Yes.
Show of hands on YouTube for everybody here that has stopped at a place of business to use the potty and didn't buy anything.
You're a low life. How dare you?
You've never pulled into a Wawa. You had to take a
No,
leak.
I just make a purchase.
I will always make a purchase first, whether
buy
it's
anything.
whether it's a pack of gum
Well,
or a bottle of water.
excuse me,
Yes,
royal family.
You always. You always go in there and purchase something. You don't just walk in there, use the bathroom, and leave.
Especially a big old deuce.
Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't say nothing about the deuce, man. But you got to do it. Number one, you got a long ride. I think your miles till you get home factors into the equation.
Buy something.
I have in the past, but there has been other times where I've gone in, did my business, and skedaddled out. And at Wawa, they don't know because they could just assume you're out there pumping gas.
I drove up to the Poconos over Christmas break. I did it by myself because I was sick and I was meeting my family up there. I went up there. I stopped at a rest stop where you can literally just go in there and get something. I felt so bad that I bought a giant bottle of water. I will always buy something. Always. I mean, I'm the ultimate consumer, so it's not shocking that I'll buy something. But no, if you're using the facilities, no matter what it is, you buy something.
Yeah.
Phil, poll question. I think I'm going to be vindicated on this one. I think I'm in the majority.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Vote on this. Phil, how can we put this?
Have you ever used the restroom at a place of business without making a purchase? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And I think yes will be around 71%.
Well, I think you're 100% wrong. I think that most people feel bad, and even if you buy a bag of chips,
it's Mother
something,
Nature.
chewing gum.
Mother
absolutely.
Nature. What, you just
Anything.
going to go? What if you don't have your wallet on you?
Use your phone.
Yeah.
Payment on your phone.
I will never use Apple Wallet ever.
The Code of Conduct warns that violators, this is the renewed Starbucks policy, violators will be asked to leave, and the store may call law enforcement if necessary. And Starbucks employees, they're all going to receive training on enforcing this new policy, which, of course, is the reversal.
Kayal is correct. Right now, we're going at about 80-20.
That's right.
People who've... I mean, where were you people raised? Give me a break.
And I say this as the biggest proponent for law and order in this country. I'm all for adhering to what...
77-22. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I will say this.
Dawn and I were raised properly.
Yes, we were.
Thank you.
But I will say this, would you, if a company, it depends on the business, if it's like a restaurant as well. So
Yeah,
I imagine.
I didn't say I walked into Capitol Grill to drop one off.
But also, what if somebody from the store is trying and they say, "Hey, did you make a purchase?" I would just make a purchase even if I hadn't.
Yeah, if I get called to the floor on it, I'll buy something. Like I'm not going to jump over the counter like I'm at Chick-fil-A as an angry customer start assaulting people.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go and vote. The yeses are running away with it. You people were raised in barns. How dare you,
folks? I'm dialed in right now. I can't miss. It's just.
By the way, this is the best thing we've done all day.
Yeah.
This is so we're still in the big three. I know we've talked about so much. I'm just trying to find. There was a story about dementia because I was going to go with
4 out of 10.
Yeah, thanks.
That is I saw that yesterday.
New cases of dementia will spike in the coming decades.
4 out of 10. Anyway. 4 out of 10 people under over the age of was it 65 or 59 or something?
Yeah.
Ain't
seen nothing yet.
My question is, does this go along with that study that said we need more study on the mRNA COVID vax?
Right.
Because there are links drawn between dementia, Alzheimer's, and the COVID mRNA.
Up to 4 in 10 people could develop dementia after 55.
Yeah. I could see that happening to me. I'm starting to have my mind slip already.
It's alcohol. Alcohol is all these alcohol studies.
Stop.
I think you're right, Dawn. I think you're right. I can't tell you because we have in this little townhouse community we're in right now, we have this big dumpster area. So you have to I don't have trash cans. I got to go take it out, and I can't tell you how many times I throw the trash in the back of my truck in the bed, And I do that, and I say, I'm going to drop off the trash before I take the girls to dance. And I pull out, and I'm on the way to dance, and I'm like, I forgot to take out the trash. Happens twice a week.
All of our research suggests what you do in midlife really matters, said Dr. Joseph Korish of the NYU Langone Health, who co-authored the study in the Journal of Nature Medicine. So there you go.
Yep.
Now they're not saying they're not saying Alzheimer's. They're saying dementia.
Right. But I was referencing the other study that we talked about that was with regard to the mRNA vaccines, especially COVID, and the link, and they acknowledge, NIH acknowledged they need more study.
By the way, if you're a female, you're like it's more likely that you can develop.
All right. Well, we know that.
It's all because of menopause.
Well,
menopause does a
hormones.
Ton of
men are the superior gender.
Ton of stuff to your body, man.
Yeah, but the hormones and the menopause, the reason that American women in particular have the problems with it is because of the diet, the alcohol, the obesity.
Yeah.
Other countries don't have that. It all goes back to RFK Jr.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because when you gain weight, it releases any kind of weight gain releases all these crazy like hormones and stuff in your body.
Yep.
Other countries don't have it.
Right.
All right. We have
RFK Jr.
We have to break. And by the way, have you ever used a restroom at a bathroom? Or excuse me, have you ever used a restroom at a business and not bought anything? 76% say yes.
Wow.
Oh my Lord.
One day the winning will end, but it just won't be this day. All right, I promise you the congressional results of our elected officials in the stock market. We'll zip through that on the other side. And then Phil Almquist and Dawn Stensland. What happened today in music and what's happening in 13 minutes. Stay right there.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free
speech lives here. With Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. So dozens of Congress members outperformed the stock market in 2024. And here is who gained the most.
Why would you even cover that?
Actually, Nance, it was not you, but you did quite well. They report the stock market had a record-breaking year last year, but members of Congress still managed to outperform it with their portfolios and make staggering gains. More than 20 members made almost double the S&P 500 average gain of 24.9% last year. And Nancy Pelosi, who has become a lightning rod with her gains, picked up an additional 71% year over year, but that actually is middle of the road, believe it or not.
Oh, my God.
Middle of the road. So it was an off year for Nance. You know, she took some time off. You know, Paul had the head surgery, the whole bit, right? So the number one guy was Republican David Rouser from North Carolina, whose estimated percent change in 2024 was a staggering 149%.
These guys need to all these people need to all be investigated.
Number two, Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a ridiculous 142%. Other notable figures, both Republican and Democrat: Susan Collins, Republican, 78%. Republican Dan Crenshaw, we know the man with the patch from Texas, 61%. Byron Donalds, my boy, 43%. Republican Mitch McConnell, 42%. Let's see here. I got some other Democrats. Dean Phillips, Richard Blumenthal, well above 26%. Marjorie Taylor Greene, 30%. James Comer, 29%.
Investigate every single one of them.
And John Fetterman coming in at 23%. You could get some updated Carhartt hoodies.
It's unbelievable.
Ro Khanna, 19%. Rand Paul, 14%. Hakeem Jeffries, 9%. And Republican Tommy Tuberville at 6%. Those are the names out there that I think the audience will recognize. There's other people in there in between, but they have much lower profiles. So there you go, if you've been wondering. So Nancy Pelosi, pretty good year, but not to the tune of a Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
She needs
doubled up, Nancy.
She needs to fleece some more.
I agree. I agree. So there you have it. All right, let's find out from Phil Almquist what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 14th, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Grohl, who's 56, Zach Wilde, who's 58, Mike Tramp from White Lion, who's 64, and Jeff Tate from Queensryche, who's now 66. We also lost Jerry Nolan from the New York Dolls on this day in 1992. Sings the Cood Freeze Frame by the Jay Giles Band in 82. And Sussudio by Phil Collins, High on You by Survivor, and Can't Bite This Feeling by REO Speedwagon, all in 1985. Albums include Permanent Ways by Rush in 80. Paul Simon's second solo debut in 72, Back in the USSR by Paul McCartney in 89, and Poetic Justice by Lillian Axe in 1992. Also in 2007, Amy Winehouse was atop the UK album chart with Back to Black. In 78, the Sex Pistols played their last show with Sid Vicious. In 70, Diana Ross made her last appearance with the Supremes. In 66, David Jones changed his name to David Bowie. In 63, Charlie Watts made his Stones debut. In 2002, John Bon Jovi made the first of 10 appearances on Ally McBeal. And in 73, Elvis Presley's Aloha from Hawaii became the first concert featuring just one performer to be broadcast live via satellite. But lastly, on this day in 2014, Black Sabbath's 70s catalog was added to the iTunes store for the very first time. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist. By the way, speaking of the 20th, even though I'll be stuck here during the show because I have to be as producer, I will be at the NAC immediately following this show. So I'm going to go straight from here to the NAC. So if you want to meet me, that's where I'll be right around 11 o'clock.
Look at this.
All Phil's fans.
Phil Almquist meet and greet.
Well, maybe Phil can do, because that'll be during the Dawn Show.
Yeah.
So maybe Phil could do like a little special musical.
Maybe
something or other.
Dawn, do you want an extra co-host?
You know.
Phil's available.
I know, we'll have fun with it.
Yes. All right. We find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which could very well be co-hosted by Phil Almquist in 6 days.
So we will, obviously, we're going to have all the latest of all that's happening in the Senate right now during the live coverage with Pete Hegseth. We'll bring you the good, the bad, the ugly, the highlights, the lowlights. We'll get into some of these studies, what the Biden administration may be announcing today as far as tobacco. Are they going to limit your cigarettes or the nicotine levels in your cigarettes? We'll get into the development of dementia and what you can do to combat that. There's a ton of news that's breaking right now, locally, statewide, but obviously a lot of Trump news. So we'll bring you're not going to miss a thing. Don't worry. A lot of Trump news and new statements by Trump, etc. We got it all coming up on the Dawn Show.
All right, Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. We will be back tomorrow morning for a Wednesday edition at 6 a.m. Tony Bruno live at 8:30. And, of course, all of the details and revelations with Mr. Hegseth on Capitol Hill today. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Good night, everybody.
The worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York.